Realm coverage of the second annual Dogman and Cryptid conference here in White Settlement, Texas, being put on by our good friends at the Paranormal Round Table. We have with us right now Jason Mclean from Jason Mclean Questions Everything. Welcome back to the show, bud.
Hey, always glad to be here, man.
I met you, it was Southeast Texas Bigfoot Roadshow, I believe, was the first one.
I think so. Yeah, I think that was the first time we met.
Yeah,
it's been a bit.
It's been a journey since then. It's been great to see so many shows like this pop up, crop up, communities like this be able to get together. How have things been going with you on your show and everything else?
Oh, everything's great. Just questioning everything.
Yeah. Well,
a little bit of a plug there. No, other than that, having fun.
Well, let's get into a little bit of Dogman, cryptids, things like that. What first got you into the topic of Dogman?
So Dogman just sort of fell into everything else, right? You're on the journey, and so it just sort of melded in, right? Because when I started all this, Dogman wasn't really a thing in the popular zeitgeist. It just started peeking out into the popular conversation. So for a while, I was sort of among the early people who were, well, it's probably just misidentified Sasquatch, but then you start getting more of the stories, right? And then you get Beast of Bray Road, and you're like, oh, this is something else entirely. So it's like I was already kind of in, and then it's one of those things where as it surfaced, you're like, I got to figure out what's going on with this as well.
Yeah, and I recently watched, of course, Dogman Triangle. It was great to see them put that together with all the Texas sightings, things like that. I knew that there were quite a few sightings in Texas. I did not realize that it was to that extent until I watched the documentary. I had been talking about it with numerous cryptozoologists. The topic of conversation comes up. I see it in communities all the time. But it was one of those like, wow, there's really a lot.
Yeah.
There are quite a few.
There's a lot. And it's one of those things where even the triangle is sort of a misnomer, obviously. It's one of the, but it's the popular, you can't have the Texas trapezoid or dodecahedron.
Yeah.
That
would be cool.
It would be cool, though. But the thing is, it's been here, the phenomenon's been here for a while. And so it's not necessarily a newer phenomenon. Like it's easy to get the impression that this is a new phenomenon, but it's really not. I mean, look at Tex, right?
Yeah.
My compatriot over at Texas Front Porch, like he had his sighting 40 years ago, right? Yeah. Like this is not necessarily something that's brand new, like Slender Man or whatever. It's got its own history, and it is one of those questions that you do need to take seriously if you're going to really take the idea of cryptozoology seriously in general. You've got to at least address it and figure it out and say, well, where does this all fit?
Yeah, precisely. And, I mean, of course, we'll be having Ryan Edwards on later. I love chatting with him about the scientific pursuit of cryptozoology and the concepts behind this. It was great to hear Josh earlier in his opening remarks talking about the fact that, same thing that we've talked about, perhaps some of this is another entity that is using tropes that we are comfortable with.
Yes, and I think that's something we do need to consider. Again, just to deviate to Bigfoot for 2 seconds, my current paradigm is I think there is a very small population of naturally occurring biological entities.
Yes.
But then you have the vast majority of these other sightings. And I think once you kind of just stop and say, let's take the name off of things and just see what are people actually seeing, not what's said is seen.
Yeah.
Right? Because folklore is not the phenomena. We tend to confuse the two. It's like, well, this is what the folklore says, or this is what the mythology is. And it's like, stop. That's what people think about it. It's not what the thing itself is.
Yeah.
And you realize there's a much larger paranormal side to all of this. And then you throw Dogman in, and it's like, okay, where Sasquatch you have archaeological, paleontological evidence of a creature that matches a Bigfoot description. You don't really have that with Dogman. And there's so much other high strangeness surrounded with Dogman even from the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Again, my favorite story is in Beast of Bray Road with the night watchman. It turns to him and says Gadara and walks away, right? That is a reference to the location where Jesus casts out demons. It's like it's essentially telling you what it is in a way. And I've got so many stories from all over the world. It's everything's fine, everything's groovy, smoke or fog rolls in, the creature just walks, looks around, turns around, and walks. And you're like, and then the fog rolls out. You're like, well, what the heck is that? It's like I think as much as, don't get me wrong, I would love for everything to be physical because in a way that's less creepy.
Sure.
But I think when you're dealing with something like a Dogman, I have to admit at this point, I'm just like, I don't think we're dealing with a naturally occurring biological entity. I think we are dealing with something paranormal.
It certainly seems to be the case, especially once you really start digging into sightings and things like that. It is very, very much more the case of dealing with something supernatural and whether it's the fact of we are bringing that with us or that it occupies that space and you happen across it, one of the two. But it's really interesting to see the encounters that people have and some of the, like you said, things like mist, things like that.
Yeah. Or they're speaking, or it's mind speak, or they just disappear, right? They just vanish, or they leave no trace. Or, again, I think the thing is we often tend to think paranormal, that means it can't be physical. But we do have physical evidence of some of these things from time to time. They do. But just like every paranormal thing, I think it's
paranormal's just outside of the norm.
Exactly.
It's just not what you see every day. That's
correct. 100%. And I think this is one of those things where, a lot of us, when we started off, all of this is like, okay, so cryptids are just unknown animals. And certainly that's true for some of them. But the problem is the longer you're like, no, you can't have that paradigm anymore for everything. There has to be that larger paranormal phenomena. We live in a supernatural world. And that's and at some point you have to address that's what's going on here, and I think Dogman is a great example of.
I think it's a prime example
of what we're talking about.
Very, very much, and especially putting it in light of what is going on currently in the world of UFO UAP study, the recent Grush testimony that I know my audience is probably tired of hearing me talk about, but. Much like pennies in a hammer, I will slam sense into your head.
Yes.
And the use of that term, non-biological, so absolutely important, so incredibly important, because as we said at the MUFON conference, it's the fact of that now removes the box.
Yeah.
When you are saying, look at this alien craft, well, number one, you haven't proved aliens.
Correct.
Number two, you can't prove that is the source of that craft, even if you proved aliens.
Yep.
So it's like you're putting it in a box now, no different than the scientists who said, we don't need to look at that because it doesn't fit in science's box.
100%. No, 100%. And like you said, I do a show with Dr. Dean Bertram. One thing, he's a true Fordian. He's like, I don't think science is even capable of grasping what we're dealing with. I'm slightly more optimistic.
I think so.
But I think I think the problem is where we draw lines. Like, I'm not certain that we have the technology to understand everything or understand the way we understand ourselves, this pen. But that doesn't mean we can't know. By the way, I love the Sharpie.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. Branding. I love it. But it doesn't mean we can't say there is a phenomena. These are things that are indicating that it's a real phenomena. Now, what does real mean in this situation? I think that's sort of like, well, that's where we've drawn our own boxes. Hundreds of years ago, people looked and for them, reality included the supernatural.
That's
there was
right.
no question of that.
That's right.
And it seems like this is a phenomenon that does seem to alter and change itself with our culture.
Well, and very much a phenomena that harkens back, like lycanthropy, the idea of, King Lycan, that's ancient Greece.
Yeah.
Like that is a story from ancient Greece that spread to Europe and everywhere else.
Yeah.
So these are stories that go back, and especially when you're talking folklore. We have a folklorist here that we'll be getting on the show, Ron Murphy. And when you're talking folklore, it's fantastic to talk about it because, especially one of the things that was covered in the movie, the Dogman Triangle, which I thought was great, was the actual cultures of the area where it moved. Like, I am Cajun. We're French of descension. We have the Rougarou.
Yeah.
It is the lupine creature that stalks in the swamps and comes after people who are unjust. Goes right back to
Gévaudan.
Exactly. And the fears of that were real fears. Like people were dying. There was no question. Like, oh, I don't think that eviscerated corpse was a real thing. Like that was a real thing.
It was a real thing.
People were
real
scared to hell.
Yeah, it's a real body count. This was as real as anything else, and it does also beg the question, because there are a few events like that we've looked into where you're like, this is ruled a cat attack, and it's like, but this doesn't look like a cat attack on people, right? It's like that's weird, and it's not the same kind of injuries. It begs the question: if we do have these accounts throughout history of supernatural, preternatural entities attacking and killing humans, why would that have stopped?
Yeah.
And is it, again, you talk about, the Rougarou, these things go all the way back. Just as not La Llorona, of course, La Lechuza.
Yes.
That's a 1-to-1 parallel with the Harpies of Greece, right? Yeah. And I will never pronounce that name correctly for the creature that's in Peru. Yeah, is it Peru? No, not Peru. Papua New Guinea. Now again, they're like, but that one's a bat. But that's a bat-like creature. Well, but stop. It is a female night creature, right? Flying night creature. We have a lot of the same themes, right? About who it attacks, what it attacks, how it operates. Goat Man goes all the way back, right? You got your satyrs, you got your shahadim, you got your leshy. We have goat. All of these things go back as far back as humans. That's the end of the conversation. Like, I'm sorry, these things are real. Dogman's a part of this weird milieu. Now, the question is,
good verbiage.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I knew you would get it. But the question then becomes: what is a Dogman when we are not looking at it?
Yes, exactly.
Right? Are we dealing with werewolves and they're transforming from humans into something? Is it something supernatural, has a completely different form, and that's the form it either chooses to take or we allow it to take?
Well, and especially whenever you're talking traditionally werewolf, folklore, things like that, that is a chosen transformation. That is a transformation that you have put yourself through either magical means, sacrificial means, something like that. It's not necessarily like, sure, a werewolf can bite you and you can turn into one, I guess. But that's much more modern. That's much more of a modern interpretation. Exactly. Kind of like the whole silver with vampires,
right?
That just came because they couldn't see themselves in the mirror.
Yeah, it's a derivation of. All folklore is a derivation. Well, and even like the Eastern European werewolf legends, where a lot of this stuff comes from, is like they didn't even really transform initially.
Yes,
and in a lot of ways, they're almost a 1-to-1 parallel to the Wendigo, as far as when you actually look at the. Now, of course, you have the modern artwork which shows them with branch antler things on their heads, and it's like that's not the original story. But you get back to the original stories, like it's way more complicated. And I think that's the problem, is we get so caught up with what is seen on these things. It's like
well, even when you look at that, even when you look at the phenomenology of Wendigo and the stories behind that, like you're saying, the modern interpretation is far different from the classical folklore interpretation. That is because the settlers that came had tradition of this other. Yeah. They had tradition of werewolf and things changing and all that kind of stuff. So the two things melded together.
As it always
ended up happening.
Yeah, that's what it always does. Like you
end up with an amalgamation.
And the thing is, sometimes these things change with us, which goes back to what does it look like when we are not looking at it? It's entirely possible none of these things actually look like what we see them as. Like, it could be that we're co-creating them with our own minds. It could be choosing a form.
It could be the case. I had a great example that somebody put up at MUFON during our coverage at MUFON that I will continue to use till I am no longer. And that is the idea of three-dimensional objects cast a two-dimensional shadow.
Yes.
Fourth-dimensional objects cast a three-dimensional shadow.
Yes.
It was like, wow. That is poignantly and very simply put.
Yeah.
Because we know there is a fourth dimension. Like
there's 11
know
as far as we know.
And
maybe
that's
more.
just it. Like,
Yeah.
And even to get into that understanding of, there is a huge soap suds of a world out there that we are just one bubble in the ripple of suds in the tub of the universe, man. And we are connected minusculely with those other, and frequently, if you look at the suds in a sink or a tub, you'll see 2 or 3 pop and they become bigger.
Yep. No, 100%.
And that's quite literally what we're looking at right now. Like, things around us are popping, and our view of reality is expanding.
It is. And the question then becomes, right, we used to know this. This used to be common knowledge in a way. It's like all we've done when I hear people talk about simulation theory, parallel dimensions.
Yeah.
I'm like, congratulations, you've caught up with 4,000 years of religious tradition.
Yep.
And the thing is, we sort of abandoned all of these lines of thought about a century ago because we were like, no, we're actually a little bit more than that. Because we're rationalists now. We're scientists now. We can blow things up now. That makes us better. And it's like, hold on, pump the brakes there, Skippy. Just not everything fits under a microscope, and that's the issue that we're now facing. Is we now got to the point where we can't deny. It was easy to say, no, that Farmer John's just crazy, or that guy's drunk. Now everyone can talk and like, we can't get rid of this stuff anymore. It's real. We have to deal with it, and it's outside of a flesh and blood paradigm. Yeah,
no, precisely. And we are just coming to the point technologically to see things from these sides. Even the conversation of how experiencers of UFO and UAP are physically changed.
Oh, yeah.
And the way I've been putting it is no different than if I took a natural magnet and brought it near this mechanical watch. It doesn't have to touch the watch. It just has to be in proximity.
Yeah.
And the gears in that watch will be forever changed.
Yep. 100%.
And no different, like if you were in the physical presence of something that is using that realm of technology to cloak itself, to defy gravity, things like that, you are talking about a high vibrational field, and it would be no different than going and standing in front of a friggin' radio transmitter at a radio station, which always says, do not stand near transmitter.
No, people die. I mean, people die from that stuff. And that's... I mean, this, again, that's the reality. The reality is there's something there. Now, the problem is, what is it objectively? Well, we don't necessarily have the ability to objectively observe it all. And it is very much a phenomenon that seems to interact with this on its own terms. Like, it knows... It was Norio Hayakawa who points out it's always just out of frame. It's always just here. Just here. It's like, that's a level of control and deliberate action that should scare the ever-living crap out of us, because it means it's fully aware of itself.
It is at least aware of the observer.
Yes. More.
No different than any atom that you take a picture of.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's no way to predict the path of an atom. There's no way to predict the path of an electron. But for some reason, you can take a picture of it. Because it's aware that it's being observed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's weird. But that's the whole thing, right? It's like the universe is just weirder than we want it to be. John Keel pointed out, like, during these, he points out, it's like, objectively, if we could objectively observe this phenomena, right, what would you actually see? And that's where the question is, how much of this is even occurring on the psychic plane of existence?
Yeah.
Like, that's the problem, is we don't know. But I love the fact that we don't necessarily know. Right? Now, there's things we can know, which is that it's real. Right? And that there's observable facts. There's things that we can deal with. But I do love the fact that there's a mystery here. Yeah. I think too many people they're like, no, I want it locked down. I want to be able to put it, give it its Latin scientific. It's like, that's not what it is. Well, deal with the mystery. Deal with the bigness of it.
Well, what you get into at that point is the fact of the concreteness of time.
Yeah.
For prime example, like, time is a part of so many equations. However, time is not a static thing. It's not like the law of gravity. It's not like the law of motion.
Yeah, some of that has loopholes too.
Some of that has loopholes as well. But time is fully a construct that we came up with, and we said 60 seconds to a minute, 60 minutes to an hour, this many hours to a day. Like, that is a fully agreed upon across the world calculation.
Yeah.
To think that anybody coming from another dimension, from another planet, from another time, has the same concept of time.
Yeah.
Or even the same rule of time.
Yes.
Because it's just a rule. It's a rule that we have given it that, hey, you feel free to break it anytime you want.
Well, let me put one caveat on there, right?
Please.
Our delineation and measurement is of something that we objectively observe,
sure.
Right? But to your higher point, and we see this again as a Christian, I do come from that perspective.
I know.
We see throughout the Old Testament, God speaks backwards as far when He uses certain tenses and things, and this is even noted by the prophets themselves. Textual experts and the rabbinic scholars have talked about this for years. He is indicating that time is not the same for Him. That's the entire point. It's like, yes, we have an observable, like, time is what it is.
Created in 7 days. On whose time scale?
Right.
On whose time scale?
Correct. And the thing is, it says 1,000 years is a day is 1,000 years. The entire point is time is irrelevant in that realm of the universe. Yeah. The thing is, it's applicable to us. It ain't applicable to them.
Yeah.
At all. And it's because
nor is it necessary.
It's not necessary. Again, he's entirely outside of time. Well, so that means also all of those other entities are as well.
Even us. The only thing relative to time for us is this.
Yeah,
my man.
The corporeal. The corporeal stuff.
Us, what we are, what we intrinsically are, like, we're going to be hanging out 2,000 years from now, bro.
Yeah.
And that's pretty hip.
And maybe 2,000 years ago. I mean,
I would tend to think so, the way we get along. But you know, it is a mind-numbing concept, and you really do have to be willing to step outside of that constructed box that we have all agreed upon to live in, and understand the fact that no, we have all agreed that this is what is. That it doesn't mean it is what is,
and you can't question it.
Doesn't mean that this is a marker. I said this is a marker, and you said nice marker.
Yep.
Thanks. It's a marker now. Like, aside from that, it is a semblance of electrons. I could assemble these same atoms and probably get a friggin' hamburger.
Yeah.
If I assembled them differently.
Yeah.
You know, like,
let me know when you can do that.
Things.
We
made matter out of light 2.5 years ago. We are 3 steps away from replicator. Give me an espresso.
Yeah.
Coffee black. You know, we are not far away from these things that seemed science fiction at one point. You know, like the idea of a replicator was like, what? Okay, come on, dude. Again, we are pretty close to it.
With the, again, official exception of, like, true teleportation and warp drive. Everything else that we see in even Star Trek: The Next Generation,
even warp drive.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, officially, right, but. Look at what we have.
Yeah.
Half the stuff that we handle is better than what we were watching in Star Trek Deep Space Nine or The Next Generation. I don't even want to talk about Voyager.
Just look at where you were at with what's in your pocket from 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Just from 10 years ago, where it was literally, you could A, B, C, D, E.
I remember.
Single, and man, I see people still rock that, like old folks. It's like, dude, look at them go, man. They're like, they're pros. But we, at one point in life, Jason, we had to ride a bike to the library.
Yes.
And look it up, and it may be a microfiche. It might be in a microfiche, and then it may not be available at your library. You may have to order it from the downtown library or something like that, and wait for it to come in. And that realm of information is now immediacy.
Yes,
it is immediately available.
As long as the overlords want you to have it.
Sure. And,
that little thing, but, we work with what we have.
And that's a different equation in and of itself. But we have to be ready to accept the fact that we are in a roiling pot right now. It is no longer a tumbling boil. It's no longer a simmer. We are at a roiling point of society, of technology, of spirituality. and it has been a long time in the history of humanity since all three of those things have been welling up at the same time. So we are right up against a beautiful, beautiful awakening of people and concepts and topics like this, where even hearing a room full of folks be willing to accept that we may be dealing with a spiritual entity that is stalking around in woods and trying to interact with people.
Yeah,
that's
its own agenda. For its own agenda.
It's not just its own agenda.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that is one of those things that we need to really, again, understand. Is I think we make too many assumptions on all sides. Right. It's like, well, the Dogman is like, stop. You don't know. You need to. We need. It's like, well, the lore. Stop. That's important, but it's not what it is. Well, I saw this. Great, but what is it when you're not looking at it?
Yeah.
What if it looks like a goat man to somebody else? What if it looks like a Bigfoot to somebody else? What if it looks like a flying
What about the cases
monster?
where you see it and your buddy with you doesn't?
Exactly.
That is the one that we bring up all the time. There is more than one time. Much like any situation being brought up in a household, me and my brother were brought up by the same single mom with 2 jobs that went to college, but we both have a different experience in that household.
Yes, 100%.
No different than me and you traipsing through the woods, me seeing a Bigfoot and you not seeing it. And we are directly there together.
Yep. 100%.
And there is more than one case like that. Quite a few cases like that.
I've had that happen with me. Like again, when we're out there researching in Brown Springs, like we have stuff like that where it's like stuff doesn't happen to me, it happens to them. It is the nature of our universe is more complicated than we've allowed ourselves to believe for the last century.
And some of that may even be because the one thing I keep bringing up, like all of this, how put off. If you are listening, dude, telling you, man, I quote you more than anything. It all goes back to the original work of remote viewing and the fact of when those dudes go home and they're thinking like, did I put too much sodium hydroxide in that? And I hope I didn't put 1 mil too much. They are actively affecting their experiment in the lab.
Yeah.
They through strange, what we now know as quantum entanglement, are affecting the thing by thinking about it. So you going into something dispassionately, the way that you go into it and going, this is what I'm going for. I'm not going to get psyched. I'm not going to get amped. I'm not going to do my spiritual dance before I go out and do it. Because when you do that, you're actively not only charging yourself, you're charging where you're going. You are charging the intent.
You are creating creating a pathway.
You don't have to have a Ouija board. You could have a blank piece of paper, and if you're trying to use it the same way as a Ouija board, you'd be surprised at the results.
Yes.
Because it's the intent, not the object.
Thank you, because I'm right there with you. A lot of people are like, well, can I do this versus I'm like, stop.
Yeah.
What are you trying to do? What is the purpose? Purpose is behind everything.
Yeah.
And that's really where a lot of this, again, that's where I go back to. It's like, hold on.
If the power of intention, man, the intention of it.
It's like if you're not dealing with, again, cows, deer, if you're dealing with something that belongs in that other realm, that belongs behind that veil, it's affecting you, you're affecting it, and we need to approach it with a lot more restraint and perhaps guard than a lot of people do. And I think there's, again, if we could take that step back and objectively observe things, I think we'd find a lot more damage is happening to people because they're approaching this subject frivolously.
There is a lot of flippancy. There is a lot of flippancy. It reminds me of friends that would go out and just get acid to use on a Wednesday night and then wonder why they had a bad experience.
Yeah.
Things like that. And it's like, well, did you prepare yourself properly for that experience? Did you, before you went out there, did you ground yourself? Did you try to remove those thoughts from your mind? Did you try to, keep yourself as dispassionate as possible? Because as soon as you get passionately involved in that way, you are now coloring any evidence. You're now coloring your own experience, all kinds of things. So we open more doors than close windows sometimes.
Yes,
with those situations.
100%.
Man, thanks so much for taking the time. Everybody just got out of Lyle Blackburn's talk.
Yeah.
So I'm going to let you go man your table. Let everybody know where they can go to follow your show, where they can go to follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff, man.
Chris, always a pleasure to be on Curious Realm. And again,
Absolutely.
Jason Mclean Questions Everything on YouTube, Rumble, but we're doing lives on YouTube again, and again, Facebook.
Cool.
And it's Siru Papers is the official name on Twitter.
Awesome.
It's X now, so
Yes,
whatever.
yes, on the X. Well,
Exactly.
thanks again, bud. I
Appreciate you,
appreciate it. While you are online checking out everything from Jason Mclean Questions Everything, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can go follow, like, subscribe, share, all that kind of good stuff. That is where you can go and find our Knowledge Vault. That is where you can also find our Experiencer page. If you're an experiencer of the paranormal, had a cryptid encounter with UFOs, aliens, if you were a government whistleblower, stop on by CuriousRealm.com/story. Let us know your story. Leave us your evidence. We will present it to our experts and see what answers we can get you. Stay tuned after these messages, folks. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage of the second annual Dogman and Cryptid Conference right here in White Settlement, Texas, from Paranormal Round Table, right after this. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the second annual Dogman and Cryptid Conference here in White Settlement, Texas, being put on by our good friends, Paranormal Round Table, out of, well, the Cedar Park area, just with us. We have in this segment our good friend Ryan Edwards. He is the author of Cryptids of the World, a great compendium of cryptids from, well, all over the world. Welcome back to the show, bud.
Of course, it's good to be here.
Absolutely. I always love having you on. You have such a great grasp of the actual science and the concept of being able to look at folklore and everything else with an open mind and use that as a means by which to examine the science that we have on hand.
Yes. Like, what I really see with cryptozoology is it has ology in the name. It's a science. How can we get it from being the whole telling stories and the whole speculation and the whole, okay, there's monsters in the woods.
Yeah.
No, let's break that down. Okay, there's things in the woods that we don't know. How can we study these creatures? How can we discover these creatures, hopefully one day? So it's my job. I really see it as a science, and how can we break down the science of cryptozoology itself?
Well, yeah, precisely, because so it is a science. People often forget the fact that, no, we have to study the anthropology behind things. And that is a lot of what the cryptozoology is looking at mysterious, strange animals that have been talked about for years and years. So, folks like Adam Davies, whenever we've had him on, he's like, yes, folklore and the local stories is where I start.
Yes.
That is where the investigation begins. No different than with MUFON, it begins with a witness statement.
Yes.
Did you see something? Not like, my mom told me she saw something. Okay, well, that's secondhand knowledge. So even kind of the same way in the Bigfoot and cryptid community, it's very much, no, it starts with a witness statement.
Yes. Like how I see it, especially with folklore, if there's indigenous stories of these cryptids, that's even more indication of these creatures existing. Like if you look at a lot of modern cryptids, like Dogman, Goatman, Snallygasters, things like that, there's no old history of these creatures until like past 100 years or so. So with me, I try to look at the past, especially like Sasquatch. All traditions of Sasquatch go back for thousands of years. And a lot of these cryptids like that seen around the world. The Yeti of the Nepal, the Yowie has been talked about for generations by the Aborigines of Australia. So how can we, okay, that's more likely that the creature will exist. But if, let's just say stories of this creature only started 10 years ago, science doesn't work like that. An animal just doesn't appear out of nowhere, unless it's something maybe paranormal in mind, something like that.
Sure.
But it's not something physical. Something doesn't evolve out of nothing.
Yeah. Evolution doesn't occur that fast. The branches of the tree do not sprout that quickly. And especially whenever you're talking about Dogman, that is specifically the first part of this conference. It is the idea that, yes, here in America, this is a very young concept. I found it really interesting in the Dogman Triangle movie by Small Town Monsters. They especially Ken Gerard, very much got into the idea that the locals, the people who originated these stories, at least here in Texas, things like that, Germanic upbringing,
Yes.
French settlers, things like that. So they brought a tradition from their old country to here.
Their own stories of the Loop Guru and the werewolf from Europe into North America. Like, I really bring this up a lot with the Wendigo, for instance. The Wendigo looked more like a pale humanoid or a rake in Algonquin tradition. But when Americans came over and they started mixing the stories, the Wendigo nowadays looks like a bipedal deer.
Yeah.
But because they have the stories of lycanthropy and being able to change form.
Yeah.
So you have this mixture of cultures causing a new creature pretty much to form out of nowhere.
Yeah, precisely. And very much take root in the fact of, no, this is what it is. And it's like, well, but that's never what it has been.
Yes. It's like when people say they see Wendigo, like, oh, I saw a giant bipedal deer, and it's like, well, no one ever described it like that. How can you see something unless it's your own imagination, or maybe even people bring up ideas of topas and like
exactly.
The brain makes what it wants to see. And if, let's just say, the idea like Bigfoot on the brain, you go out looking for Bigfoot, of course you're going to find Bigfoot.
Yeah.
That's kind of the same idea. If you go out looking for a particular creature, of course you're going to expect it to see it. One thing I always tell people is like, if you believe something exists, you'll expect to see it in your reality.
Yeah.
Even if it's not someone else's reality, you'll see it. If you believe in the rake, you'll probably see the rake at some point. If you believe in Bigfoot,
if you believe in UFOs, you may very well see a light in the sky one night.
And be like, oh, that's a UFO.
And we've had the conversation before. I have the conversation regularly on the show, the idea of confirmation of faith, confirmation of belief. I had the big conversation with my friend Will last night in our hotel room about the fact of you will never, ever change the mind of a true believer. I don't care what they are a true believer of, Ryan. They are a diehard true believer. To change that paradigm, it can shake foundations. It can change things, and it's hard when we're living in a society that, in one hand, encourages people to come forward, tell us your story, be open. At the same token, we take those stories and use them in other ways. Yeah. Use them either to ridicule people, to say you're crazy, when, I don't know, I'm one of those people, experience is experience.
Yes.
Nobody's had my experiences, and some of them are pretty weird, man. Some of them are pretty out there. I'm open to talk about any of them, but never would I be upset if somebody was like, oh, well, yeah, I don't believe that. Like, it's literally one of those, you had to be there.
Yeah.
Like
that's one thing I've had conversations with Barton Nunley. I come at it from research, but Barton's lived it. He's seen these creatures. He's seen Bigfoot.
Absolutely.
And mine and his opinions are very different.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, I haven't seen Sasquatch. I haven't lived alongside these creatures.
You have not had the experience yet.
I have to take your perspective into according. Like, okay, you've actually seen these creatures. You've actually lived alongside them. Sykesville Monster, all that stuff. So I'm going to take your opinion over anyone else's because you've actually experienced it. The researcher is like, I'm researching, but I'm not actually seeing.
Well, and even to take that idea one step further, Ryan, the idea of excluding opinion. Oh, no. That's why would you go to a second doctor ever? You're going for a second opinion.
Yes.
For an opinion, for another educated person's opinion on what a situation is. I'm not educated enough, but I know that this situation is happening in my body. What do you think's going on? Yes. I don't know if that's what's going on. I'm going to go seek a second opinion.
Yes.
And like you're saying, you don't trust a lot of people's opinions, but you trust people like Barton. You trust people who have been out in the field, people like Sibylla,
Yes.
who have drawn pictures of what people have seen, and it's helped them get over traumas.
Yes.
Things like that. Like, that is a different realm of opinion, and yet still important to the scientific endeavor, that opinion.
Yes. Like, I was having a conversation earlier with Josh of the YouTube channel What Looks Beneath. And we were talking about how eyewitness accounts and stories and research are very different things in cryptozoology nowadays.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, I've noticed, especially in recent years, cryptozoology is going towards the more storytelling. Like Jason Mclean said, hey, it seems like to be a cryptozoologist, you need to be a really good storyteller.
Yeah.
And it's like, it makes sense, but at the same time, you can't let stories and eyewitness accounts overtake research. Because, like, for instance, writing books. A lot of people that write books have the research. They have years of, like, eyewitness accounts, and then they put the research into it. But then you have books that are just story, no research, no explanation.
Yeah.
And that's what I've noticed in recent years is people go more for storytelling than actual research. And that's what I'm trying to go after is like, okay, I have all these stories, but how can I explain these? How can I find correlations? How can I find evidence for it?
That's interesting because I had never really considered the fact, Ryan, and just to loop this conversation right back to the beginning of folklore.
Yeah.
I'd never really considered the fact of us as a humanity making a return to the campfire.
Yes. Like,
very much so. And it had never really dawned on me the fact of, yes, so many of the paranormal things out there have come down to research has waned away.
It's more campfire stories.
And it's become that very tribal aspect of, like if these don't believe, this is our campfire.
Yes.
And these are the stories that we tell around it.
Like how I see it, it's like you got a campfire and you hear a noise in the woods. That's a monster in the woods. You give that story. But how I see it, of course, I like that story, but I want to find out what's in the darkness. What is that?
Well, and
that's the research aspect.
Precisely. And, of course, you've got to be careful. I mean, I can hear my audience right now. Oh, there are unbroken oral traditions for thousands of years.
Yes.
Go talk to the Aborigines. Yes. However, Aborigines don't just go around telling stories. There is a storyteller who was trained by a storyteller.
And spread to others.
And you learn the story.
Yes.
Like, it's not like I heard this story that my grandfather told. Like, the storyteller learns to tell the story the way it was told.
Yes.
There's
no variation.
There's no variegation to it. There's no difference to it. Like, the way great-grandpa told it is the way it's told because this same person has maintained that unbroken tradition.
Yes. Like, the whole experiment of, like, you have 5 people in a circle, you tell one person to whisper a secret, you get to the end, it's like
the
it's
telephone
totally
game.
But if you look at it, look at the Aborigines, the rainbow serpent legends haven't changed for thousands of years.
Yeah.
Because one person's trusted with the knowledge and then passes that on to one person.
Exactly.
And with storytelling, when you pass it to more people, more variation occurs, more changes. It doesn't mean not to share your story, of course. No,
sure. No.
But it says there's going to be variations at the end of the day because other people bring in their own perspectives, your own experiences. Your own experiences affect other people's stories as well.
Well, and that is definitely something that we've even talked about with experiencers and researchers, people who are experiencers that are researchers. The fact that they have to be very careful not to absorb what somebody tells them into their story.
Yes.
Into their experience. And they have to be very, very watchful of that because that can happen in a heartbeat.
Yes.
That can happen in a heartbeat that you adopt something without even realizing.
And how ideas are very transferable and are changed. They adapt. They like how some people like with Sasquatch. A lot of early stories of the Sasquatch, if you look back at it, reference creatures with horns because they saw these creatures as demonic horns. Nowadays, we don't see that. We see people describing them as more gorilla-like. And then in recent years, we see them as more human-like. Because it's a perspective. It's an idea changing throughout time.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean back then they looked more gorilla-like. No, it's just because of what we know, what we have perspective. Like, back in the day when we were called Sasquatch wild men.
Yes.
Before gorillas were found. Then gorillas were discovered, and we started calling them gorillas. It all depends on the perspective and knowledge you already have to what's happening around you.
Oh, sure. Yeah, because it's very much the reality is our filter. Like that is everything that we do in our lives is put through the filter of our experience.
Yes.
So to subtract that from experience is hard.
Yes, like how I always bring up the idea of like people that are colorblind. They might see this as black, but they might see this as brown, gray.
Yeah.
And what says they're wrong? Just because you have a different opinion doesn't mean they're particularly wrong.
Yeah.
Who says what reality truly is?
Oh, sure.
And that's how perspective affects our own reality.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, we were just getting into that with Jason Mclean a few minutes ago. The idea that we manifest a lot of things. We manifest a lot of things in the world around us. We even manifest things to the point of full on having conversations on the way to the conversation, man. Like, how many times are you driving down the road to a job interview, and you're having it like, and even responding to the person, like you are fully building a foundational layer of the wall before you ever made it to the dinner table.
Yes. Yeah.
And we, through our experiences, we have to be careful that we are not making a very good sand foundation to build a wall and to box things off to only our experience, Ryan. Yes. And to only looking at things through the lens of our experience.
Yeah, like how I see it, it's like your experiences will affect your own perception. But if you look at research isn't meant to let experience really affect you. It's supposed to be like, okay, where's these stories? What's the research? What's the data? What's the evidence? Yeah. And how I see it, with cryptozoology especially, we need to go more towards the research. Because like, storytelling is okay. It's awesome. It's perfect.
There is a definite place for it.
But if you like look at like a lot of authors, some authors write a whole book and it's nothing but stories. No explanation. Some authors, like the late Linda Godfrey, she has stories, but then she also explains what the people are seeing, like the indigenous Dogman hypotheses, things like that.
Yeah.
So what I want to see with cryptozoology is more towards our research. Like Josh with What Burks Beneath. He was talking about like with YouTube. YouTubers are like Darkness Prevails or What Lurks Beneath give stories. They're a lot more successful than the researchers because it also affects emotion.
There's an entertainment value. Dude, when I'm on the road, I listen to classic radio dramas. Like, that's my jam. I love it. It freaked my wife out at MUFON. I was like, do you mind if I listen to... And what's funny is she's a theater major. So you'd think that the idea of like, hey, let's go real black box right now. Yeah. Let's turn off the lights and just listen to a show. And she was not about it. But for me, the fact of being taken somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have to see anything. It's going to emotively move me. It's going to get my mind working. There's a reason why podcasting has taken over the morning drive time, Ryan, and why nobody's listening to the Q Morning Zoo with Jimmy and the Bone anymore. Yeah. You know, and why they now have a podcast after their radio show.
Yes.
Because we got to keep you there. We got to keep the stories going. You know, and even if you listen to those shows, most of the time it's what'd you do over the weekend, man? It's storytelling. It's storytelling.
And that's the thing with, like, a lot of people see storytelling as old, but storytelling continues in today. We might not be around a campfire. Oh, yeah. But now we're around a phone. We're around a laptop. We're around a TV. It's the same ideas, but just transversing time and just the medium changes. Yeah. We're no longer hearing it person to person. We're hearing it over a electronic device, but still the same ideas.
Yeah, precisely. And once again, we are getting our validation as human beings from that. We are getting our validation of thought form. We are getting our validation of faith in certain things from all of that. And you know, that can be a great thing. It can also be a caveat. Yes. Where you know. We need to have some vetting practices. We need to make sure that, you know, a prime example would be Corey Goode. Corey Goode is a really good example. I'm not sure if you're aware of Corey Goode. He is the gentleman who who said he was part of the secret space program.
Oh, yes.
Talked to blue avians, things like that. There are now a whole group of people who have spoken to blue avians, all kinds of things. Yeah. Well, it's come out in a lawsuit that Corey Goode, the blue avians are his meditation guides that he made up. So anybody who says that they were part of the secret space program and met the blue avians, they're delusional.
Yes.
They're my meditation. Well, at what point did you stop spoon-feeding the delusional people the delusion, yes, Corey, to make a buck? Yes. You know, and that's the thing is amazing storytelling. Amazing storytelling that wrapped people up so much
that they believe it themselves.
That they believed that was their own reality.
Yes.
And that's how real it can become. That is exactly how real it can become. And we, even as storytellers, Ryan, like we have a responsibility. We have an accountability.
Yes.
I look at it as my job. There's 101 people out there that tell stories. There's 101 people that sit around a table and talk about conspiracy theories. My job is to demystify. My job is to sit down with people like Ken Gerard, Lyle Blackburn, and let's demystify this. Let's talk about the science and the myth, how they commingle, yes, and let's get into the depths of it. Because without that, we aren't going to advance the science. It's not going to happen.
Yes, it's just a bunch of storytelling, but there's no depth to it.
Yeah,
it's like having a skim part of like water, but there's no depth. It's a lot there, but there's no depth to it.
Yeah.
So it's like we want that depth, that like explanations, the research behind the stories. The stories are awesome. It's great to have the stories, but what's the next step?
Yeah.
How do we find the research from that?
Yeah, precisely. What can we call from that? What data can we call from that? And even the idea of using AI for citing databases. And
yes,
like I cannot wait until the day that MUFON lets loose AI on their 50-plus years
yes,
of sightings.
Yes.
Just to see the trends that we were not able to pick up on.
Yes.
You know? Same thing with these sightings. I guarantee you if we fed Dogman sightings into some AI, we'd come up with some interesting stuff. There'd be some distinct patterns, yes, going on. And I think that is really one of the new tools that we can really, really leverage in a lot of these things to narrow down. Because we've had the conversation before. I'm not going to say Bigfoot can't make a portal. I'm not going to say that they're hitting a real Bigfoot. I'm also not going to say that they ain't flying spacecraft. But the question is, well, if you're just talking about a Bigfoot, now we got one unknown quantitative to deal with.
Yes.
If you're talking about Bigfoot coming down out of an alien spacecraft, well, now we got to prove alien spacecraft before we prove Bigfoot.
Yes.
Or do we prove Bigfoot for, like, which part of that do you start tugging on first?
Answer your question with a question.
Yeah.
I like politics. A politician, you ask him a question, they answer a question back. And
that's
like,
right.
That wasn't the answer. You just made a question back at me. That's not the answer.
Precisely. It's like you're a teacher or something.
How many kids say, like, oh, well, what about this? I'm like, no, I'm asking for an answer, not a question back. It's good to ask questions.
Yeah.
But answers are more important sometimes than the question. But a lot of times, too, the question shows how much you're thinking. Like, it's like being able to, like they say, to truly master a subject, you need to be able to teach it. If you can ask those questions, then we know truly you've mastered something. You've mastered, like, whatever you're doing.
But you've also, and to build on that and to take it one step backward, it's the fact of you've got to be willing to question everything you know to be true.
Yes.
And you've got to be willing for that paradigm to be destroyed. I unfortunately get a lot of heartache from a lot of people in groups, Ryan, for being called a skeptic.
Yeah.
I will correct people and say I am a capital S skeptic.
Yes.
Because a proper skeptic is fully waiting for the opportunity for my mind to be blown and changed.
Yes. There's a difference.
I'm not there to poke things and say, like, what you believe in ain't real.
Yeah.
Because I believe in it, too. But I have to skeptically look at all of that.
Yes.
Every bit of that.
There's a difference between a skeptic and a non-believer.
Exactly.
Non-believer Like how you said, true believer cannot be changed. A non-believer truly cannot be changed either.
That's right.
A skeptic
Because they're
right
a believer in non-belief.
Yeah. There's a skeptic is right in between. They can sway to either side.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, it's show me, and then we'll have the conversation. Because I'm willing to. I am all about the scientific method. Yes. And I think what people have forgotten, Ryan, is that it begins with hypothesis. Everybody always says, I have a theory. Whoa, no.
Hypothesize, then you create the theory.
Because you're allowed to hypothesize any crazy thing you want.
Yes.
It's through experimentation that we prove or disprove the hypothesis, then it becomes a theory. So take it a step back and remember, you are allowed to hypothesize any crazy thing you want in science. Yes. Any crazy thing. The earth is flat. Hypothesis. Now let's start proving.
Yes. I love when the flat earthers do the calculations and they prove it's actually round. And you're like, you just disproved yourself. Good job, buddy.
You just made a sphere.
Yeah. Good job.
But that's just it. We have to be willing to look at things in new lights. We have to be willing to pull things outside of a box.
Yes.
And not even let it live in a box. Like, the minute you put it in a box, it's no different than the scientist who said, it's not in our box, so we don't want to look at it.
Yes.
Like, no different. So, yeah. Tell everybody where they can go to get your copy of Cryptids of the World, where they can go to keep up with all your work, Ryan.
Gotcha. Cryptids of the World, you'll be able to find it on like Amazon, Barnes & Noble, most other places that sells books. You can check out my podcast, Cryptid Chronicles, on YouTube. I haven't uploaded in a while, but I'm planning on uploading pretty soon for you guys. You can also check out my social medias. I have an Instagram. It's linked with my YouTube. I have Facebook. If you look up Ryan Edwards on Facebook, you'll be able to find me. Always be open to give me messages, email me, do whatever you guys want to, because I'm always open to talking to eyewitnesses and talking to other fellow researchers.
Absolutely, man. Thanks always for taking the time. Such a busy conference. It's great to see so many people here sharing stories, sharing experiences. It's great. While you were online checking out all the amazing work of Ryan Edwards, everybody, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can go to like, follow, subscribe, and share the show. That is where you can go to find our experiencer page, CuriousRealm.com/story. That's also where you can go to CuriousRealm.com/books. Or store, rather, and get the books from all of our guests. Stay tuned after these messages, folks. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage of the second annual Dogman and Cryptid Conference right here in White Settlement, Texas, brought to you by the Paranormal Round Table. We'll be right back after this. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the second annual Dogman and Cryptid Conference being put on by the Paranormal Round Table right here in White Settlement, Texas. We have with us our good friend from right down the road, Daniel Allen Jones. How you doing, bud?
Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. Great having you on the show. We were just sitting here talking about UFOs, UAPs. That is what you're here presenting on today. The only presentation about UFOs, UAPs, aliens, and how they connect with the cryptid phenomena and how these worlds are fully overlapping now. It is like big rocks in a small pond being thrown at the same time, all of these things just roiling together. We were discussing that earlier, how right now all of these topics seem to be boiling to the top.
Right, and I think that it's a really fascinating time to be interested in any of this stuff. And of course, I, jokingly was saying to some people earlier that here in White Settlement, just outside or kind of within the Fort Worth area, which is my hometown, it's great to be able to see this kind of event going on here. People coming in from all kinds of places to see what's happening and hear about these interesting, strange mysteries and encounters that people are describing of all sorts of humanoids, inhumanoids, and strange creatures that make people wonder what's really out there. And so I was telling some people that, while most of the lineup, and we have a great, roster of pretty, good researchers and those who are really trying to make sense of all of this, probably going to be speaking mostly, like you just said, on topics that are cryptid. cases and Dogman, things like that. So, of course, the first thing that comes to everyone's mind when they think of Dogman is UFOs, right? Well, I think that... So it's kind of one of those things, I think, that makes this opportunity a bit more fun because I'm fascinated with all the cryptozoological studies and the cases that people are sharing about. However, when I got with our buddy Josh Turner, who's the host of Paranormal Round Table, he wanted to see if we could maybe talk a little bit about something aside from just the cryptid stories and talk about something that's also kind of current and relevant about UAP. And the UFO issue right now is probably one of the most looked at in the news and in people's interest online. It's getting a lot of coverage, so I thought that sounds like a good opportunity for people to hear about some other mysterious phenomena, but also look at it through a similar lens by way of investigating, by way of trying to make sense of cases, and how all of the stuff that we hear on these stories of cryptids, Bigfoot, Dogman, any of these things, are often kind of centralized through the researchers, meaning when people are involved with this, they get an influx of reports because people hear or see them and they find them on different shows or events, and they'll say, hey, I had something happen, I'll tell you. And because of how a lot of that works, some of those researchers go on to share about those accounts in books or other material, but a lot of times it doesn't really get and access to what people can look at other than through research. I think that there aren't as many centralized reporting agencies through cryptid efforts as there might be with other things like UFOs.
Yeah.
So I think it's kind of relevant because it helps to show that, and I'm not insinuating that we need a central, cryptid reporting agency necessarily, but it does help to show that the data can be accumulated. You can see statistics. You can gather other forms of information because of something that otherwise I think is helpful to see that other groups are trying to make sense of. And in a similar way of investigating and filing reports, there can be things that I think help to sort all kinds of cryptid cases, similar to how maybe UFO investigations work. And I know that you were just at the MUFON Symposium, and that's a part of something I'll be talking about earlier, is that groups like that try to use a systematic methodology. And I think that it's important to maybe see how that can be applied in other similar communities.
Absolutely. We had that discussion. When was that? Was that Falk that we were talking about that maybe? Where we need, and there's BFRO, Bigfoot Research Organization. They've been around for a long, long time. They've got the map of sightings across the United States. But to take those things one step further, to start marking them green for springtime sighting, orange for fall, once again, to see, is there a migration pattern happening? Is there a route of migration happening? That even through that basic statistic, we can start to see a pattern. And the one thing I've been bringing up, especially with MUFON, is they have had a unified reporting system since 1969. Since they started, they have had, this is how we take in a report, this is the process. If it hits this point, it now gets moved over to a field team and maybe a star team, which they're rebooting. The star team is the team that comes out with like soil analysis, radiography, things like that, where it goes beyond, are you in a common flight path? Were there any astronomical means happening? And to be able to get that information, in a unified field where this is the statistic way that we are taking in information, gives you a means by which to really go through and start examining it. And I can't wait until they cut loose AI on that. The commonalities that we are going to find in cases that we weren't even looking at are going to pop through the roof, man. It's going to be insane.
I think so. And, if we know that civilian organizations are attempting to use these types of resources, there's no telling what government agencies that are, probably not bound by certain monetary confines as most civilian efforts
Lockheed's
have.
right down the road. Literally. Like, I passed the Lockheed Plant 4 on the way over here. I took pictures.
Yeah,
blocks away.
It just goes to show that I think that, with those kinds of resources, they probably have a lot more at their disposal. And with some of the new efforts through, even something like what the government's doing with their program Arrow, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office is something that they're trying to use as a way to, look into UAP systematically and have access to things in an official, transparent way.
Yeah.
Now, many people might say, well, beasts don't just believe everything they say because it's the government and they're not telling you the truth. And that can be fair, but at the same time, at least they're showing that they're interested. And, of course, we know that back decades ago, they tried this a few times with different committees, and then they have, Project Blue Book, all of those things. But one of the things I think is important in bringing that up is that you had a civilian professor of astronomy who got pulled into that Project Blue Book to help investigate UFOs back in the 60s, and that was Dr. J. Allen Hynek.
Yeah.
He, later on, of course, he's renowned and maybe a bit infamous for the whole swamp gas comment, which he was reluctant to talk about in that way, but it was used as a sense of trying to, kind of dissuade people from realizing that there could potentially be something of interest, up there that, the military doesn't want them to really know. So I only say this because he later on actually founded the Center for UFO Studies and came up with what we now call the Hynek scale, which is the close encounters scale. And this is important because it provides a framework for how encounters can be described.
Yeah, it provides a classification.
Right. And I think this is valuable here because if we can see that maybe a framework is in place or can be made by various efforts through individuals, researchers, groups, you mentioned the BFRO, there are people out there, and I'm not trying to say that there aren't, but I think that if you look at how you can have a corresponding framework for similar efforts that are investigating these encounters, we don't have, as far as I know, and maybe there's something out there, close encounters of the first kind, you see someone observe something. The second kind, it's a physical effect that people have. The third kind, you basically, people are observing or witnessing entities or occupants. The fourth and fifth kinds have been added. Hynek didn't originally come up with these, but they've been popularized later on, the fourth being abductions and the fifth being human-initiated. Now, these are really interesting ideas of encounters with something, some intelligence or entities or beings. Now, as far as I know, I don't think that there's a CE 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Bigfoot encounters or cryptid encounters. So what I'd like to maybe see is how people can utilize a similar framework to start to systematically organize known cases and future cases going forward that maybe they can say, did you see it from X far away?
Yeah.
Did it actually physically come into contact with you? Did you have another experience or did something else happen? Did you elicit a response? Were you out there wood knocking and you got a vocalization back? That's that would be like CE5, where someone's deliberately trying to go out of their way.
You are initiating contact.
And I think that you can see how maybe this type of framework can apply across the board, not just with the UFO subject, but with cryptids,
paranormal. Absolutely.
So many things. And I think it's something that we should maybe consider that allows for us to work at organizing the material for other data sets that might help us cross-culturally, cross-community, and I think that's interesting to consider.
And we will see what happens with Arrow. Arrow.mil, AARO.mil, everybody. They just released their reporting form yesterday.
Yeah, literally.
Yesterday.
It's live.
You could not be more hot off the press for this topic. And we as a humanity, once again, are facing a huge quandary with a lot of these things. And with science right now, the science is becoming more and more unbelievable, Daniel. And it's remarkable to think that when we start talking about some of the things that we have accomplished, even slowing down light through medium, things like that in the lab, absolutely remarkable and groundbreaking. When you're talking sustained fusion, which has now been replicated, not just replicated, but with more potency. Like, we did it better than we did the first time. We are hitting a realm of technology that at least humanity has not had for a long, long time, if we ever had it before.
Right.
And we have forgotten. It's
pretty exciting, but it's also very eye-opening to look back and to consider the amount of time between certain major milestone events, the Wright brothers, moon landing, and then we have sort of these gaps in our last few decades that make us wonder, how have things been going with all of this? And the technology and the leaps thereof, I think, are really important to just keep in mind, to see that, with our technology that we have, ready in our hand at any given moment, that we can access almost any information in the world online. It's so different than just a century ago, that people had access to things through books and other multimedia that may have helped in some ways, but not everyone could go over and just be able to search and connect and contact anyone in the world instantaneously. And it's fascinating to consider that even in this brief span of time from that till now, where we could potentially go in the next century from this point.
Yeah, precisely. When you look at just the small amount of time that we've even been walking, I wouldn't even say that we are running with this technology yet.
Yeah.
We are still walking with it, It is still technologically and human race speaking, very young technology, very, very new. So how will we apply it? How will we work it? How will we utilize AI to help these endeavors? Because,
Right.
so many people view it in such a horrible way. And the way I keep explaining it to people is, please remember, it will only be as smart as we let it be, period.
Right.
It will only be as smart as the conglomerate information that's out there. It's not going to be able to synthesize its own thought. It is culling information from the internet to write something.
Yeah.
That's how that's working. And even Zoom just came out and released the fact that if you're a Zoom user, just so you know, especially if you're using them for lessons and things like that, folks, Zoom has officially said that they are recording all conversations and feeding it to their AI for training.
Interesting.
So many months ago, whenever we had Billy Joe Kane, hey buddy, from Radical Empathy Education Foundation, he was talking about some of the amazing things that he was doing with Zoom and AI, that they had all these plugins. He's like, I don't know why they're just giving them away. I'm like, are you joking? Why wouldn't you give it away?
Right.
You have the most open opportunity to train that AI in real time on language that you would ever have. You have people having Zoom sessions in Pashtun over here. They're having them in Spanish over here. They're having them in English over here. They're having them in French over here. You can real time train your AI in all of these things.
Yeah.
In the same time.
It's pretty incredible.
It's remarkable. It's remarkable.
Well, one of the things that I think is fascinating is that we were just together here a few weeks back at Craig Woolheater's event, the Texas UFO Con, and I presented on a fun topic that I threw together about cosmic anthropology. And one of the themes in that presentation was cryptolinguistics. Why I think that's important is because here at our Dogman conference, we've got Ron Moorhead, and he's fairly well known in his involvement in the Bigfoot world for what's called the Sierra Sounds, which he captured in the Sierra Mountains in Washington State back in the 70s. And whether it was real or not real, people can argue back and forth. One thing that's interesting, whether you want to use this or just I'll have it as an example, and we've got him here, which is really great. I think that with the advances in how AI is deciphering different ancient languages and scripts and things, it could potentially help us, whether it's with the CR Sounds or something like that. It can give us some perspective, very similar to what we were talking about earlier, that maybe humans might not immediately pick up on.
Yeah.
And I think that can be a helpful way for us to start to break down patterns. And that was
sure.
the other big topic,
Sure.
is that when we start to see things and fundamental structures of reality, maybe that these are common traits that other intelligences might utilize, and that can be on a grand scale or something even here terrestrially. And I think that, let's say if those sounds that we hear in the Sierra Sounds are actually creatures that are associated with Bigfoot, if that's going on and they have some kind of form of language, that implies that they've been able to in culture some knowledge to pass down to their families, if that's what's going on, to share about a common knowledge base that they can speak upon physically with physical speech. Now, they did have a crypto linguist try to look at that, and maybe they found some things, and maybe there could be some improvements. But with this idea of AI being able to look at all kinds of information now, assimilate it, sort it, process it in ways that are different and probably much more efficient than most people, to me, reason to say that we could probably find out not just about things that are already recorded or archived somewhere, but that when we encounter new information, new things, new encounters, new dialogues, that AI is probably going to help us interface beyond just us being able to have a physical conversation like this. And that's something I think we might be able to look forward to.
Oh, sure. You could have AI detect infrasound, ultrasound, all kinds of things that may be part of that communication. And in addition to that, they are actively using AI to catalog animal sounds. So, yeah, you would be able to take those Sierra sounds and put them against an entire catalog of recorded animals.
Yeah.
And compare and contrast them at rapid speeds.
Yeah.
To see, like, not a tiger, not a lion, not a bear, not a... So, yeah. It speeds up the process. The example I give is my good friend Todd Cochran, owner of Blueberry Podcasting. They put on an awards ceremony, and they have for years been trying to figure out how many people are cheating in the awards ceremony for the best podcasts. It was prohibitive. It was prohibitively expensive, the mound of data to call through. For the first time ever, they put it through an AI and found thousands of fake emails, fake votes.
Oh, wow.
Everything else. Kicked people out of contests.
Wow.
To be like, you are cheating, and we found you. So it's amazing to see where this technology is leading. It's great to see that it will be something that helps break these fields apart and really break them open. It's going to be great.
I think so, and when it comes to the idea of encountering whether it's cryptids or some kind of non-human intelligence, whether it's aliens or something else, I would say that AI can have a hand in helping us a lot, and for many reasons, but some people do think it's a sort of a double-edged sword, but we have to, I think, like you said, be careful about...
can.
Exactly.
Music can be.
Yeah.
Music can be. You can put horrible, horrible messages into music and make people do what you want them to do. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But... yeah, it's all double-edged.
It's an incredible part about, I think, how we'll continue to expand our knowledge base cross-culturally. We do it already, like you're saying, with some of these different programs and things that we have at our disposal. But when it comes to new scientific discoveries and on that frontier, I think that it will revolutionize how we can access data in the field and interface with it in a way that maybe was never accessible to us before. And that's been an interesting consideration of mine, and not just the UFO field, but how we might be able to interface if, let's say, we find that there is a decipherable speech from a cryptid that we might be able to eventually come across and identify and say, hey, these speech patterns resemble something near human, or something that's at least close enough for us to understand that we can make at
least primate-like or something like that. Absolutely.
Yeah, and so that's exciting to me, but I also think that it's going to go, like any technology, it'll go through developments, and sometimes it'll be shown to seem ineffective. In some ways, it's going to be way more effective. So yeah, I think it's brilliant, but we got to just pay attention and see how it'll work out when it does happen.
Absolutely. Daniel, thank you as always for the time, but let everybody know where they can go to catch up with all your recent work, where they can go to keep track of the Vortex, my friend.
Sure. So I share a lot of my media on the Vortex, which is my YouTube channel, and I'm pretty well accessible on all social media as well: Facebook, X, previously known as Twitter, Instagram. And I think that for anyone who's interested in following up, if you'd like to get in touch, feel free to email me. It's just my full name, DanielAllenJones@hotmail.com, and I'd be glad to hear from you. So thanks a lot, Chris.
Absolutely.
It's always awesome.
Always great. Well, you were online checking out all the amazing work of Daniel Allen Jones in the Vortex. Make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. CuriousRealm.com is where you can go like, follow, subscribe, share the show with all your friends and family. That's where you can find the Curious Realm store, CuriousRealm.com/store, where you can find all of the books of our guests, where you can find all of the tools that we talk about on the show. Stay tuned through this commercial break. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage of Texas Dogman and Cryptid Conference, Part 2, right here in White Settlement, Texas, coming to you right after this. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the second annual Dogman and Cryptid Conference right here in White Settlement, Texas, brought to you by the Paranormal Round Table. Our guest in this segment is Lance Hightower. Welcome to the show. How are you doing?
Thank you so much. I'm doing great.
I am looking forward to your presentation tomorrow. You are giving a presentation on basically the tracking of people within the paranormal community. Let's get into that a little bit, because there's been a lot of talk over many years that not a lot of people are aware of, that, yeah, people in the paranormal community get targeted and tracked pretty regularly.
It is. It's something that kind of is a secondary level. When people have an encounter, they don't plan on this. First of all, when they have an encounter, it's shocking. It can be, depending on the nature. Was this a very aggressive encounter? Was it benign? Was it at a distance? Was it close up? No one can ever predict when and where they're going to see these creatures. But the second level of understanding, and I'm very careful about how I approach it with someone that's had an encounter for the first time, is since I'm aware that there are these groups, if you will, and when I say this, I'm just going to come out and say most people would call them the MIBs, and I really don't like that term, because that kind of gives a connotation, movie, Will Smith, and they're fighting, interstellar, galactic.
It puts it in a box.
Yeah, it makes it nice and clean, and it's all sweet, and they save the world, when that's actually far from really what I'm talking about. I would like to call them the mob in black. These, more specifically, what we're talking about is corporate contracted individuals. I call them corporate spooks.
Yeah, your Blackwaters.
Yeah, they're in some cases they have mercenary type backgrounds. These are people that are never elected. They're appointed in positions almost for life. And I'll get into that a little bit tomorrow, a bit more in depth. And even then, the presentation, I could go hours talking about this, because I wasn't looking for something like this. I didn't just kind of say, I'm going to be very interested in this and dig into it. It kind of came to me indirectly through a lot of the interviews that I've done. And I've had the privilege of probably, I had a toll-free number on my podcast, and I felt that, well, a lot of people may not be tech savvy, but they know how to dial a number. And I wasn't ready for the sheer tidal wave of people calling me. I was having, in 2017, I probably had about anywhere from a dozen to 25 calls a day for months and months. And so I was really overwhelmed with this tsunami of calls. But when I would do these interviews, I started to see a common pattern. People would call me back and say, why did you call me a second time in the middle of the night? I remember one call specifically out of Oklahoma where he said, if I would have known you'd been working for these people, I would have never told you my story. Yeah. I'm going to expose you for who you are. And I didn't answer the call. He left it on the toll-free, but I heard the message. And as hard as I wanted to call him back, I knew right then that I was being monitored and tracked, and my guests were. So I never called him back. I wanted to kind of go dark in the conversation. Yep. And this is just one of many instances. I'm going to, I don't know, I won't be able to get to all of it tomorrow, but that's why I'm just currently writing about this. But basically these people, they have an extreme high interest in the paranormal community, especially in what we see. But more importantly, any paper trails, any evidential products, or anything that leaves traces or trails of an event, especially an aggressive event. The more aggressive event, or especially contact made of a human and this, let's just say, the Dogman creature. If one was shot accidentally, because no one really goes out with, hey, today I'm going to go out and I'm going to find a creature, I'm going to shoot it. I mean, everything happens.
There's a couple groups. There's a couple. There's one right here in Texas that's like, by all means, if it requires a body on a slab, we will bring you a Sasquatch.
Right. It's sometimes there is that, absolutely. And I'm not saying there's not groups like that.
Oh yeah.
But I'm just saying it's almost like there's a lot of luck involved, because what we have found, my partners and I, my brothers, is that by nature we're hunters. That's what I've been doing my whole life, and we predator call. So an aspect of this particular creature we're talking about has canine instincts, predatorial instincts. In other words, Wiley Dave would say, you can fool a predator by its sight and by its ears, but never by its smell. So that's kind of what we do. We're in development of a very special call right now that we're still looking at, that Dave actually designed it, him and his father, back when he was actually building predator calls. And it has very overlapping tones or hertz. So, in other words, if you're going to catch a big fish, use a big lure.
Yeah.
And that's the premise behind our call. But getting back to the spooks, they, the U.S. government doesn't make anything. What they're really good at is passing so-called legislation, and I use that word loosely, good, as well as they know how to spend a lot of money. And so what they do is, I'll get into more of it tomorrow a little bit, but again, I won't have enough time to get into all the details, is that there are hundreds of billions of dollars that are misappropriated and funneled through different departments in D.C. For instance, I remember Rumsfeld, when he informed the public back during the Bush administration that at that point in time they did an accounting and there was $22 trillion unaccounted for at that time. Yeah. So there's a lot that ties into one another as far as deep secrecy. We've seen it in the UFO community. And, starting back in the late 40s, early 50s. And now, just now, after 50 plus years, we're actually having people come forward. But they themselves have different entities, but the same. There's overlapping agencies, I believe, that keep secrets secret.
Well, and once again, you've got the layer of contractors. We're right down the road from Plant 4 for Lockheed Martin.
That's right.
Like blocks away that way. And like that, because of the fact that they are corporate.
Well, and that's what happened in the 40s.
Outside of the government, they are not bound to the same thing that Congress is.
No, it kind of reminds me of what you just said. When Blackwater got involved overseas, well, why did Blackwater get involved? Well, because they're not held to the same UN and NATO contract rules.
That's right.
Their firearms, how they interrogate, and they went there to really protect
their rules
our men and
of
women.
engagement. The
It's
rules
totally
of
different.
engagement are totally different.
They got caught by doing a little bit overstepping, and so someone said, who are you? And that's kind of how they got caught.
Well, even whenever you look at things like, I'll come right out and say it, Boston bombing, really interesting to see a lot of those Punisher-wearing hat dudes walking around the finishing line before things went off. Strange stuff, weird stuff. We have a lot of contracting like that going on in our shores.
Yeah, and the way I look at it, you hear this term conspiracy theory a lot, and really, there's always some truth, in my opinion, in conspiracy theory, and really it is a conspiracy. So really, history as we know it is not history. It's history as we want others to perceive. Yes, we've been given it and to be perceived.
Yeah.
And these corporate people, I use the word loosely there, they're not really people. In my opinion, they're very evil people. Yeah. They really do not care about your livelihood. They don't care about that you lost your job. In fact, they create perceptions so that you lose your job. They don't care if they freeze all of your accounts digitally, your savings, your checking, you lose your pension. They don't care you just lost your job or you can't pay your truck. I've encountered a lot of people, unfortunately, that I've interviewed, and after the fact finding out, after I was being monitored, this very thing happened. Wow. It's very sad. It's very heartbreaking. But these people that are these corporate contracted spooks, that's what their main mission is. And after they do this, I'm sure that they go home and sleep like a baby because they feel there's a lot of different aspects of why they're told, I'm sure, in no uncertain circumstances, this is what you do, this is how you do it. You have unlimited money, which means unlimited power, and everything, as Josh was talking about, is compartmentalized or labyrinthed to the point where they themselves may not fully be aware of John over there. He's in another project. They're not, don't ask, don't tell, don't talk. And so I've spent a lot of time investigating and reading other sources outside of this paranormal community to try and put some things together. So what I'm really going to talk about is not very kosher. In some respects, it could be a little bit dangerous. I personally have never been threatened directly. Have I been monitored? Absolutely. They know who I am. I don't know anyone personally. I've never worked for them, nor will I. But what's happened in the UFO community is gaining some traction in the paranormal community, in that the same money managers of this, I don't even want to say deep state. That's another term that gets thrown around a lot on the television networks, is the deep state. I'm talking deeper and darker than that.
Yes.
Where
Yes.
we have these esoteric small factions of people that are ultimately pulling the strings that move out these strings to other people. So these people that are in these organizations or this group may not know who they're getting paid by.
Yeah.
They're just getting paid extremely well.
Yep.
They don't know who's really pulling the strings, because everything is so labyrinth and compartmentalized that they're just told, here's what you do.
Yeah,
if you
here's-
need money to do it, tell us what you need. We'll get you a device to do it. Here's what we want you to do is cut down the chatter. Here is the software programs that can greatly identify who has what going on in the immediacy of an encounter, especially an aggressive encounter. And so they have all that. I mean, the FBI, we know, for instance, has a program that's been out a while. It's called BabelX or SOMX. And basically it monitors social media. So think of that for a second.
If it wasn't all funded by InQtel to begin with.
Right. right. And so, like you said, with Skunkworks and there is a, I would say, anytime you mix government and big corporate, it has big problems. And that's kind of where we're at. My estimates are about a third government-related decision-making, where it's two-thirds corporate decision-making. So it's, in other words, it's very much the government, we pay you the money, and then you have, like the analogy of Blackwater. Go do what you do, and do it really good.
Well, and I will stack on top of that, because I just came from the MUFON conference in Covington.
Okay.
And the one thing that I will say all day long, they are all volunteer, 100%. There's not a single person that draws a salary. What that means is that they are also not beholden to a gatekeeper with their data.
That's right.
It means that, like, hey, if Secret Deodorant is sponsoring the show, they may not be down with this message, so we aren't going to cover the story tonight on the news.
That's right.
You know?
That's right. They're not
and it's
beholden
the
to
same
anybody.
thing.
That's right.
They aren't beholden to anybody with their data, because they don't get your money. Nobody's getting a bonus this year. Nobody's going to be getting hidden money, things like that.
That's the biggest driving force in which, how do you keep secrets secret?
Money.
Is money driven, but also they understand very closely when they started forming, we know with the UFO community early on, back, it was full swing back in the 60s, this psychological strategic board. Well, you know, when it comes to this psychological warfare, and that's really what it is.
It is.
These people are extremely well trained on how to say what they say, how to do what they do, and they know that if you have an encounter, for instance, last night, it scared the hell out of you. You don't know what it was you saw. You might have an idea because you quickly went home and did a search on it. But you're still got that adrenaline going, that cortisol going, and they know that you want to spill your guts on what you saw. So what they do is they were monitoring you. They, within a week, will visit, and then they'll say, we hear you have a problem. And you're going to go, well, if you mean what I saw 2 days ago, yeah, then and it was this big, and it was this, and he did this, and it touched, it growled, and then it jumped away. They know that. So these are strategic terms and psychological advantage. So they want you to spill your... They already know what happened.
Oh, yeah.
So they're just trying to say, is he going to tell me the truth? How much is he going to defend what he saw? So when you get done...
And how much is he willing to tell other people?
Exactly. Just say, have you told anybody else?
Are they reticent to tell other people?
They're very benign, and I'm with you. Okay. And so tell me, did you tell anyone else? Well, just my wife and my brother-in-law.
Yeah.
And, okay, anyone else? Well, no, just those. Okay. So here's the way it's going to go. You saw a bear. It was angry, and it was rabid. And you're going to like, what? Excuse me?
Yeah, that's what you saw.
You saw a bear. Yeah. It was rabid. It was angry, and it just leaped away. Well, no, I just told you what I saw. That doesn't make any sense, sir. Well, here's what I'm saying. By the way, who are you? No, that's not important. You saw a bear. And so they're seeing how many times they can get this across to you. And they're testing you. They're measuring you.
Yeah,
and that's kind of what they
that's
do.
a braking mechanism. That is one of the many mechanisms. You begin by gaslighting.
Yeah, very much so.
You begin by gaslighting, and that's what that is. No, that's not what you saw.
That's not what you saw.
What you saw. I know that's what you think you saw, but that's not what you saw.
So if you're defiant in your belief because you were the only person there, you're going to say, are you hearing what I just got through saying? I'm telling you, and they go, okay, here's the ways it's going to go down. This is what you're going to say. And this is what you're not going to say. It would be in your best interest. And they leave it at that.
Yeah.
Have a good day. Boom. So then you say, you know what? This is crazy. I'm going to go to the newspaper. I'm going to tell it online. Then all of a sudden, your bank account's frozen.
Social media gets hacked.
And come to find out, your boss fires you, and your boss said, you know, it's kind of criminal what you've been doing, and I'm just going to just let you go after 15 years. I'm sorry. Criminal about what? Well, I don't want to get into it because I just didn't know you were doing drugs. And you're like, what? Because it's never about the truth with these guys. It's about the perception of what they want others to believe about you. And that's what wields this power that they have. So down deep. They're very evil. They're very good at what they do. You have to be extremely careful about what you share, with whom you share it.
Yes.
And so that's kind of the premise of what I'm going to get into, definitely more in depth in the book that I'm writing, but share tomorrow a little bit. What do these people drive? It is a little bit dangerous to talk about.
It's hard to talk about.
But it is, because they've gotten a little smarter. I probably have a slew of burner phones that I've had over time. But
good for you.
I don't use those anymore. I use other means that I probably won't discuss now. But
sure.
They've gotten smarter. They don't drive what they used to drive. They were very easy to spot. Now they drive civilian cars. But there's still very common threads to identify who they are. They're very apparent when they start asking questions, because they really don't ask in a sense you and I would ask.
In a normal human curiosity way.
No, they would say, I'd say, Christopher, tell me what? Someone said you saw this. What's going on? That's more human interest. I'm engaged with you. They don't ask that way. They're very stoic in the delivery, very brash,
direct
stoic,
and matter of fact.
Almost
you saw something Tuesday.
Almost robotic.
Yeah.
Which gets into a whole nother thing that I wonder just how human they are.
Well, two things. One, a point that I don't know if you've considered, but I brought it up on my show when it happened, and I keep bringing it up. When the FBI declared conspiracy theory a watchword, I started using conspiracy hypothesis because, hey, let's just follow the scientific method. Conspiracies exist because otherwise we wouldn't have people convicted of them. Every DA is technically a conspiracy theorist.
Right.
That's all they do is hypothesize, give you a mantra to follow, jury, and see if you follow it.
Sure.
Here is our rote of how the crime went down. But when the Naruto run happened on Area 51, where everybody was going to storm the gates.
I remember that.
That is when the FBI said, conspiracy theory is now officially a watchword. What a prime opportunity to mass swath gather the data of a bunch of people who, if you're there, guess what you are?
Oh, yeah.
You're a conspiracy theorist. Now we have full right to, you are in front of...
You're fully labeled.
You are in front of one of the largest electronic gathering data spots in the world, Area 51.
Yeah, exactly.
And at the same time, you are now labeled what we are allowed to mass swath your data from. You're now labeled a conspiracy theorist. You wouldn't be there if you weren't.
Right.
So
and that's why I tell people, in my opinion...
It was a very dirty way to get a whole bunch of data on people in this mindset.
If you can gaslight people, if you can have ulterior motives or this chicanery of smoke and mirrors together... this would be a perfect... I won't give hints, but if I was one of those people, it'd be easy together because we've got vehicles out here.
Yeah.
I would easily slip in. So how do you actually bastardize the truth, or you have infiltration? And how you keep secrets secret is on their side. You do it by threats, and when I say threats, it's what I call what their acronym is, which is TWIP, which is terminate with extreme prejudice. Well, I like to call it what they do to these paranormal people that have these sometimes horrible encounters. I call it DWEP, devastate with extreme prejudice. So they will close accounts. They will offer very soft threat. It depends on the circumstance of the intensity of the encounter, and it's in so many words how they say what they say.
Now, interestingly enough, Lance, we have a great number of people who listen to our show, and one of the topics that we talk about is targeted individuals. Not a topic that a lot of people are aware of. Not many people know that people out there have been suffering Havana syndrome type symptoms for decades and been called crazy. And a lot of what you were talking about, my man,
which is perfect,
rings straight into the world of targeted individuals. The idea of being able to read brain waves at a distance, being able to EEG heterodyne somebody and get what their physiology is from a distance.
Yeah, and if those people that label those people of crazy, then this corporate group has done their job, because the primary emotion that they try to inflict on you is ridicule.
One of the documents I have in my knowledge vault is that we have Dr. John Hall on regularly talking about this stuff, and it is a paper called The Hall Effect, where literally a group of scientists have gotten together and said that the people who come to Dr. John Hall and say that they are experiencing this are the same people who say that they are hearing voices and experiencing ghosts in their house. That, they're just as crazy as those people. And this is in the realm of paranormal, things like that. And it's funny to me that you were saying this and that paper actively exists. That is an active research paper that is out there to discredit this man and his work.
That's interesting. Well, and that's what they do, is if they can discredit you, especially if you hold a license or degree.
Yeah.
And,
they have,
that's the one thing that I remember, blessings to her and her family. I remember Claudia Ackley. I talked to her before she passed.
Wow.
And I talked to her early on before she really got involved with anything. And one of the reasons she got involved was because of the story that I broke with the Ohio cousins, the Ohio Bigfoot and Fed cover-up. And that's kind of the first story that I had other interviews, but that was the interview that kind of was icing on the cake, where I started putting things together fast. And then from that interview that I did, that's what she said to me was kind of the catalyst for her to move forward in our discussion. And I warned her, I said, you need to be very, very, very careful, because if we want to continue, in my opinion, I told her, if you want to continue, because she held a professional license, she told me, that you have to be mindful of that. I don't believe you're going to have any state or federal entity come out and admit anything, because that would be opening up Pandora's box of legality issues. And the loss of license on your part. I said, my opinion at this point, until I know more and gather more information, is be soft in go ahead and do your research, do whatever you like, but be soft in your approach so we can continue to do what we need to do to gather more information and intel and things like that in this community, because we have people that are having others share more and more and more.
And you aren't gonna film the bears if you're chasing them with the stick.
Exactly, and that's what I mean. You don't want to raise. Very well said.
You want to observe the bears very carefully and record it while you do it.
Yeah, you stay close, and that's what I was just trying to get across to her at that time. I said, I commend your effort, and I want you to be safe, and I was trying to give her some pointers at that time. But this is a real.
It's huge.
It's huge. It's a problem. It's been going on, and these people are extremely good at it.
Even Dr. Hall has mentioned numerous times, I am very surprised you are not on the list and being targeted. There have been quite a few things that have been strange.
Yes, and I think the reason
that
why
are there, but
I have not been physically approached yet is that for the longest time that I was totally unaware of, I was the honeypot. I
Gotcha.
was unknowingly the honeypot because people were calling me.
yeah.
And now in many cases, I don't know if they had an experience 20 years ago, 30 years ago. That's kind of a lay low thing. I don't believe they get too involved unless you possess some evidential something that was broken
Yeah.
or scratched, or you have paperwork of some sort. They don't like trails.
Yeah.
They want to nick that off and move that out
Well,
of
and
the way.
that's just it. If they're watching you, then because there's a big difference between a trap on a line and a tap on a line. A tap on a line requires like interdiction from a judge.
Mm-hmm.
A trap on a line is totally different. That's the equivalent of, hey, I've got caller ID.
Right, and these people, they don't.
All they're doing is tracing back whoever's calling you.
And that's it. And they have full access to technology that we don't know exists yet. I will say that. I mean, I think it's really cool with today's technology on editing, producing shows, and our phones. My goodness, they can do all kinds. I only know about 25% of what my phone can do.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about technology. I mean, if people look at their cell phone, when that first hit, especially what was it, Blackberries, that technology already existed 20, 30 years before civilians get access to that.
Yes.
That was already out. So a lot of what these people do as far as how do you keep a secret, the intended consequences for them is you'll never talk about this, otherwise this bullet here has your name on it. For civilians, it's blackmail, coercion, illegal tax rigging, illegal bank revenue extraction.
Yep.
It goes on and on.
Planting of drugs, planting of evidence, and that was even a big thing within the MUFON community. Whenever things went down with one of the first people that was there, that
you discredit them.
There was a big question as to whether or not what was found on computers and everything else was actually there, or whether it was the fact of trying to take somebody down.
Yeah, and that's just it, is that what they do is criminal, it's unconstitutional, it is downright wrong, and they know it, but in their eyes, they're to do a job.
Yeah.
And they do it very well, and they use unlimited money. Anything they want, they can get. And they go to work like everybody else, except they just do it unethically, immorally, illegally, unconstitutionally. They don't follow the same rules we do. And the other thing that's really quite interesting, when I started looking into this more, on the surface in front of the news, we see China and us are like this. We see Russia and us like this. We see this combative nature of this politician said that. But really, when it comes to this paranormal community, what's going on, we're like this with them. So there's this transnational brotherhood. You keep secrets, we keep secrets, we share secrets. And these are small esoteric groups in every country that know who the persons are, the persons pulling strings are in the States versus China versus Russia. I truly believe that. And these secrets, there is no politics when it comes to this.
Yeah.
There's only this.
Oh, yeah.
There's none of this.
No, that's just it, because the coordination is the politics, partially.
Yes.
The didactic of that is what keeps us distracted from what's going on behind the curtain.
Exactly. And the more that we're distracted, smoke and mirrors over here, the more they can go, we're doing our job.
It's all prestidigitation.
Yeah.
100%. It is distraction technique of the day. Feel free to take a look at that. A lot of what we do on this show is posting news articles, watching news, things like that. And while you're watching all of this, there's 2 or 3 stories that were released over here. Mm-hmm. But this is what's dominating the news site. Like, why things like, hey, we made matter out of light. Why was that not on every single evening news broadcast. We are 3 steps away, folks, from Replicator, give me a cappuccino. But that's not news.
No, because,
Because it doesn't keep us in a state of cortisol injection. It doesn't keep us in a state of fear.
No, and it's not.
It doesn't sell.
No, it doesn't sell.
It doesn't help you sell. It doesn't make somebody want to push a button.
That's right. And it's what sells now is entertainment. People are more interested in who J-Lo is dating. And so if you can keep us entertained over here and that smoke and mirrors, then if something gets released, we can easily go, it's not real, folks. You just don't need it. So the publicity or the media, and the media is just as guilty as head figures at these journalistic sites in which they're paid off. They're told what to say, cannot say. And these are really well-known people that I believe that are paid off. And they know that we got a deal.
Yeah.
You do what we want you to do and not say, and capture it before it goes in the news, and you'll keep getting your pay.
Very, very, very few people, Lance, realize the fact that in 2012, the federal government mangled and changed the Smith-Mundt Act, which is actively what kept propaganda out of the news.
Okay.
Right on the tail of that, 4 years later, as that same president left office, he set up funding in the national, in the funding acts. It just left my head what they're called.
Oh, that's okay. That's mine too.
But he set up funding for the Office of Anti-Propaganda Propaganda.
Okay.
So basically, you're funding a national propaganda office, is what you're saying. And you've changed 4 years prior to that the Smith-Mundt Act that keeps the federal government from telling the news what they can say.
Interesting.
Those are 4 years separated. The Smith-Mundt thing, there were quite a few reporters that left their jobs.
Well, because they have...
And we're like... I'm not going to do this.
Yeah, they have
I'm
ethics.
not going to do this.
They have morals.
This is a facts, only the facts situation, and you're telling me what to say when it's more than the facts.
Yeah, how's that journalism?
And, exactly. And there were quite a few people that left their positions at that point.
I believe that.
And
I wasn't aware of that.
It's an interesting one. Check that out. Just look up Smith-Mundt Act changed. And that happened in 2012. And then once again, the funding of the Anti-Propaganda Propaganda Office was just like NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act.
Okay.
Where a lot of the black funds come from and the under-the-door stuff.
And
where
another
it's like,
one is Urban Housing Development Commission. And the other thing that really, after reading a lot of different materials and kind of assimilating everything, I didn't realize that, on a more illegal transnational level, you have the U.S. They also give things away for money in return. So if people think
like
that
UNESCO.
the government, like illegal firearms dealing,
like pallets of money going to countries in the back of C-130s.
Yeah, exactly. And so we actually, the U.S. has side hustles, if you will. Side hustles they're doing. And again, they make nothing. They always are good at spending money and giving money away.
That is what I have been saying about all just to frame this in a bigger picture. The thing I have been saying about the whistleblower testimony, Grush, everything else, to folks like my dad who are like, oh, you're a little green man. What are you talking about? You're crazy. Okay. You don't believe in aliens. You don't believe in little green men. They said if you believe in little green men, this may not be the panel you want to tune into today.
Right.
Their question was the accountability. Were you cool with the Pentagon Papers that told us that we went into Vietnam illegally? Were you cool with Iran-Contra? Because Grush is saying that there's been something on a much bigger level since 1939.
Yeah,
with your money and your employees.
Was this the gentleman that wouldn't really divulge some? Was this like a Senate panel hearing?
Yeah. It was the one where he was like, we can get into that in a skiff.
That's it.
If we need to hit a skiff and talk about that, which, just so you know, folks, a skiff is like if you remember Get Smart, the cone of silence, it's a room that is bug-proof and everything else.
It's a secure communication intelligence facility.
Yes.
And these skiffs... I heard this just a moment ago in there, are usually, not always, before these people that I'm talking about, these corporate spooks, everything is removed. Belts, buckles, wallet, shoes, glasses.
Yeah.
So nothing of metal goes into these places. And then they're told, and as they're read into the project, reading into a project means we have cleared you, we have accepted you, and on the flip
you will
side,
not be talking about
you
this.
will not be talking about it, and they put a bullet right there on the table, and they say, now people don't realize that we have civilians that have been read into these projects.
Hal Puthoff. Hal Puthoff is the one I talk about all the time. He was the person whose paper led to remote viewing.
Yes.
And he has read, I invited him onto my show, had breakfast with him. We had an amazing conversation, but he was like, Chris, I don't do a lot of shows because, well, most of the time my answer is I can't talk about that.
Yeah.
Because they continually read him onto things.
Well,
as long as you're read onto this topic, you can't talk about the 28 topics that are no longer funded that you were a part of because they're still related to this.
Yeah.
So they continually keep people read onto things so that they can never talk.
That's right. So you never really fully retire. As people talk about, I'm going to retire and go fishing.
No,
and I'll
you're
write
still
a book
private
or two.
Consultant.
Very
you're
much
still in consultancy.
That you're always monitored and tracked.
Hey, and hey, you know, we had this thing that kind of rings back to your research 20 years ago. What do you think?
Yeah.
Awesome, you're read on again.
Yeah, exactly. So you're never fully retired.
Yeah.
You are always going to be monitored, and that's what they mean when you're read into it.
Yes.
And so they are held. That's the intended consequences, and they're very well aware of that. And there are civilians that are read into these
Absolutely.
based on certain skill sets they possess and certain knowledge they possess that either of interest or something that they've required on the side. An example,
Travis Taylor would be a modern example.
Bob Lazar.
Yeah.
You know, he went to MIT and some other places, but he didn't go, hey, you know what? I'm going to go work at a Nellis range where it's really secure, and I'm going to work on the reverse propulsion systems on aircraft. He didn't go into that, but he was found. So as he was semi-read into, they were kind of going through. It's very interesting how everything overlaps. So civilians are also read into these programs too, and people forget that too. Now, it's just these skiffs are a place. Sometimes what I was going to get at, they're at these dumb sites, deep underground military bases. And I tell people on my show that just think everything you see in a picture that's above the surface is not what you're seeing. The way to hide things, look at it like an iceberg. It's always going to be below ground or in space. Those are the two. If you want to hide secrets, below ground or in space. Nothing on the surface.
Absolutely. Where people can't get. Where they can't go.
They can't get up there. And they can't get over here because this is highly secured. It doesn't exist. It is non grata.
It's
not
a
only do I
black
want you to
site.
talk about it, it just doesn't exist. Non grata, sub rosa, just no, nothing.
Absolutely. And we have tons of those. We
do.
You know, on occasion we find out about things like Gitmo. On occasion, we find out about things like Area 51 because a bunch of people got sick from them off-burning materials. You know, had those people never gotten sick, we would probably still not know about Area 51.
It's just desert dust.
It was a federal lawsuit that led to that. You know, that led to the disclosure of that and the fact that, there's more than one test range.
It just boggles
there's more than one.
Yeah, it just boggles my mind on what the government has been involved in, that they intentionally knew ahead of time what the outcomes possible, what they wanted to see, yet they intentionally put people in harm's way to do things. And that's really what they're doing here in some cases, is that I have some suspicion. I cannot prove, but then again, you cannot disprove. You know, I said a moment ago, you cannot predict when and where some of these creatures are going to be, but I feel that there might be some level of truth in tracking, possibly. I didn't think so at first, but I think there might be some level of monitoring or tracking, and to see what the interaction is going to be with the human. Now, I can't prove it again. It sounds out there, but then again, everything we're talking about is out there that's come to fruition, that's come, so that's just
It's all stranger than fiction.
It is.
It's horrifying.
Real life is stranger than fiction. It really is.
Just out of curiosity, because my audience, I can hear them screaming right now, like, why? Why, if they're a Sasquatch,
Why do they care?
Not why do they care? Because, I mean, hey, food sources, things like that, taking care of endangered animals. Hey, if there's Sasquatches, they're obviously endangered. Mm-hmm. They ain't as great population as black bears, and those are protected, right? Mm-hmm. Why the animosity? Why hunting down and following people with encounters? Why think track them?
Because they're not just an animal. If it was an animal, like, say, that exists indigenously in Texas and Oklahoma,
sure.
black bears, if it was just a deer, if it was just this or just that, those animals have an instinct nature in their DNA. They eat, they poop, they breathe, they drink water, they mate. It's instinctive in their nature. They evade or they attack if they have babies or whatever.
They have the same mammalian needs that you and I would have.
Exactly. But they don't have a level of humor. They don't have a level of awareness of their own demise. And that's what these creatures represent. They're intelligent. And that's why it matters. You can't compare oranges to oranges. It's totally opposite. So why they care is that I think that it represents a couple things why they're in this protection mode or ridicule mode against someone that's an eyewitness is that I believe that these creatures are responsible for abductions. I believe, and they know that. Now, you can't predict when and where, unfortunately. I think that it also has a level of validating the Christian doctrine, which gets into some of the discussion I heard today.
There's a lot there. There's a lot there. I'd love to say that if you take the Bible figuratively, there ain't much there. You take it literally, there's some stuff there that is out of pocket.
It goes deep.
That is out of pocket.
And then I think another level too, which I know, it represents a massive tidal wave of revenue loss at state and federal levels. Because if you knew, even at a small level, that these creatures are responsible for some level of human abduction, not all. I mean, unfortunately, humans commit crimes on humans.
Oh, sure.
And it happens. Unfortunately, very horrific events. But I think that there's a level of abductions that I think that the loss of revenue from if that information got out, so they have to protect it. So can you imagine the amount of license and certifications of people, loss of recreational areas, like national parks, which, by the way, the two national parks that has the biggest secrets on the number of missing people is Yellowstone and Yosemite. Now, why is that? You would think at a federal level they would be free with their information on how many people go missing.
Yeah, no. I just saw David Polides speak at MUFON, and they don't share it.
They don't.
They don't.
They softly say, not a threat, but they say, well, that's going to cost you a ton of money.
You could probably find out how many handicapped parking spaces there are at both of those parks. How many are available?
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Yep.
Like, how many handicapped parking spots do you have so that I can plan my trip with my mother in a wheelchair?
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
But you can't find out how many people went missing from it.
Right. So, I mean, it's...
You could find out how many people fell to their horrible death.
Yes, true.
But you can't find out how many people went missing from it.
No, and that's bizarre. and they find articles of these missing people. So that's another element, is the potential of massive revenue loss at the state, and because the local economies at a lot of these visitor destinations are in the millions and millions and millions.
So absolutely. Whenever you're talking about small hotel, motel stays near them,
and
things
then
like that.
you tack onto that the possibility of legality issues. Well, my son was 6 when he was vanished in 1967, and you're saying that you acknowledge that they're present, and they also abduct.
You knew about it?
And you knew about it. Well, guess what? I'm going to file a lawsuit. So how many lawsuits would come out of the woodwork? Yeah. How many people that are conservationists would say, these are ancient people, everything is shut down on the lands. No more hunting, no more fishing, no more hiking, biking, none of that. It's all closed down.
Yeah.
So it can lead into this cascade.
Yeah, no more elk lottery.
No more trout fishing up in Canada. Yeah. No more bird hunting down in Oklahoma or these WMAs. No. It would be such a massive implosion of things coming that would never end, that I can see why they want to keep this so secret. There's so many different possibilities of why they're just told. And
Interesting that it has that exact same parallel to the UFO UAP.
Exactly.
That it would literally just upset the apple cart so much.
Yes, and that's why these overlap so well, that the same type of people that question these abduction encounters, or people that have very close encounters with these craft or alien beings, that you have the same type of questioning, the same type of people. And by the way, these people usually are in pairs. Most of the time that I've noticed from my perspective, they're two males or a male and a female. Very rarely have I never heard of two females, but they're usually in pairs. They're usually well dressed, very generic Land's End dressed, very odd and stoic in behavior, and sometimes they dressed really out of sync compared to the weather at hand. So I've had people that would had a warm December day and wearing shirts in Oklahoma, and these people show up wearing look like a full-length goose down Cabela's jacket all the way to the ankles. They're dressed typically the same, but not always. They're coming in generic cars that are always blacked out. But there's also been some accounts with some people that recalled me back and said, I never saw, they just showed up. Like it literally, they just appeared out of air, and I turned my back and they're gone, which is very reminiscent
of the Men in Black.
Of the Men in Black and what Bob Lazar experienced when he was going to his work. And he says he always has a habit of looking around, and then there was no one behind him, and he stuck the key in the door, and boom, they're right there.
Yeah.
And I really perked up when he said that. I thought, that's the same type of description and event what happened with some of my people the guests that I've had, when they describe the people visiting them.
Wow. Remarkable.
Really
Amazing
is.
stuff. And, this is something that I've wanted to get into for a long time, so I'd love to have you back on again and again to talk about it.
Yes,
the
absolutely.
idea of
anytime.
These things being covered up, and just the concept of so many people missing, so many. It's mind-numbing.
In 2022, there was over 600,000 people missing, based on the National Missing and Identified Persons Database.
Wow.
In Oklahoma last year, there was around 252 people missing. Not a trace. The top three states that lead the category, at least in 2022, was California with over 2,500 missing. Florida was next with over 1,200, and then Texas with over 1,200. So if you think about it, 600,000 plus people missing alone in the U.S.
Wow.
In other words, not a trace. So is it all creature cryptid related? No.
Yeah.
But I know in my heart of hearts that there is a percentage based on cryptid, extraterrestrial, that no one's talking about this and no one wants it out, because either you've got people that have already been threatened softly and hardly on it, and then they've told in no uncertain terms, you shall not talk about this.
Yeah.
Or we will do X, or we've demonstrated X.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't connect the dots. They have an event happen that's stranger than life, and then they have their account closed. They never associate that to that. And then that's where I came in and go, listen, this is what I think is going on. I know it doesn't seem plausible or possible, but here's what you had happen, and there's another group of these corporate spooks that can do this. Well, how can they do it? Well, they have a lot better technology than you and I.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's kind of been my work and my mission to help, and it is a little on the dangerous side to do things like that, but I feel very strongly to help people.
Good for you. Same here. I mean, two of the biggest causes that we are behind in this show are targeted individuals and human trafficking. So, like, I probably couldn't pop up on more radars.
Yeah.
When it comes to this stuff, because they're hard conversations that people do not want to have, Lance.
No, you don't want to.
We need to have them.
Yeah, it's very hard because it's very uncomfortable to imagine such things. and bizarre things that, you asked me 7-8 years ago that I would be talking about this, I would have absolutely denied it. I said,
or that it would even happen to you.
No, it would happen to me. Yeah. But it is very real. These people are very real. Yeah. They're very ruthless. And so, their mission is to keep secrets secret.
Yeah.
And they're very good at the psychological warfare of how they do what they do, how they say what they say, and how to make you feel bad.
We spend a lot of money on how to influence other people, a lot of money on how to influence other governments, a lot of money. One of the things I bring up regularly, just in QTEL and Facebook, they never did find that person that started the Arab Spring.
Isn't that amazing?
That one person that was like, you know what? Hosni Mubarak, screw that guy.
Yeah.
Let's go down to the town square, everybody.
Yeah.
And then he was ousted. They never found that dude.
Yeah. Isn't that very interesting how you just don't find the key people? I mean, it kind of gets back to the...
They just used a social media platform to utterly overtake a government.
Yeah. And then when you get into the Orange Revolution with Zelensky, who we put in power as our puppet president, a lot of people say, what's the Orange Revolution? Well, we removed a legal, truly elected president by the people and basically pulled him out of office.
Yeah, pretty much. And then, you get into the whole polonium handshake that got Vlad into office to begin with. You want to talk about putting a bullet on the table? Go have tea with Vlad. See how that works out for you.
Yeah.
Lance, I want to thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah,
I'd love to have you on again and again, because these topics, they're hard. People don't want to have the conversation, but we've got to talk about it, man. Well, it's out there. It's out there. I'd love to say it's not.
I know, and they need to, I would say, it is hard to swallow when you hear this for the first time. And it's really hard. I've always said, and my dad and I
we want to trust our government, man. We want to think like our great-grandparents did, that they actively have our best at heart.
America, baseball, apple pie.
Absolutely.
And the thing of it is that it's too hard to convince someone of something that's not happened to them. And I totally and fully agree to that. But I would just say, when you listen to these shows and people talk, please open your mind up. Try to erase some of your biases because you've not had it. Open your mind up a little bit and just listen to what people are saying, but listen from other sources. Read to
other
a conference.
Sources. Read sources outside of the U.S.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Really good point. Very good point. You'll learn a lot.
I've always told my audience, read a couple that you like, read an equal amount that you really don't agree with, and then read 2 or 3 from outside of the country. And now you've got a balanced...
You've got a well-rounded...
You've got a good, well-rounded idea of what a topic is, where it's no longer partisan. You've even lost the Americana behind it at that point.
Exactly.
Exactly. And that's well put. That's what you have to do to really sift and sieve this information now. Because as opposed to before, where we were all going up to a hand pump with a sieve... We have a hurricane coming down with the same sieve. It's just flowing over the side. The sieve cannot do its job the way that we used to be able to do it when it was card catalogs and microfiche. We had time to digest and source information, whereas now it is just thrown and put upon us. And it's hard to get past that.
It really is.
It's hard to get past that and really get to the root of it, Lance.
It is. It is. Truly is. But very good point.
Absolutely. Let everybody know where they can go to follow your work, where they can go to...
Oh, yeah. I mean...
buy books, all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah,
well, the book that's coming out.
Yeah, the book that's coming out. I won't give away the title yet, but I've started on it. This will be my first book. I'm excited about it, but like a writer, when you first have your first... writing, you always keep thinking, I should have put that in there. I need to put this in there. And I want to have illustrations in there because some of what I'm going to talk about is really hard to get pictures of.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have this, hopefully it'll be coming out this year. But people really, if they want to follow the show, it's on YouTube. It's Monster 911, formerly Cryptid Brothers Investigations of Oklahoma. I still have a lot of shows I need to... go through and edit and post maybe 40 or 50 shows that I did maybe 5-6 years ago.
People ask me why I don't edit. That's why.
And then they can follow me on Twitter, at monster_911. Let's see. Instagram too, Monster911, and Facebook.
Awesome. Well, fantastic, man. I can't wait. Yeah. Like I said, I'd love to have you on again and again. This
Absolutely.
is a fascinating
You'd be my guest.
and in-depth topic.
Be my pleasure.
Absolutely. While you were online checking out all the amazing work of Lance Hightower, everybody, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find our experiencer forum at CuriousRealm.com/story. Share with us your experience of the paranormal, cryptids, or UFOs, UAPs. If you're a government whistleblower, let us know. Leave us your video, audio, pictures. We will bring them to our experts and see what information we can find for you. Hold on through these commercial breaks. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage of the second annual Texas Dogman and Cryptid Conference right here in White Settlement, Texas, after this. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of day one of the second annual Dogman and Cryptid Conference right here in White Settlement, Texas. We have with us in this segment the amazing David Weatherly. He is the author of an entire series of books of cryptids of the United States. He's also well known for his research into the world of Nephilims, giants, the stories that are contained therein from native cultures, as well as black-eyed children and so many other topics. Welcome to the show, David.
Thanks, Chris. Good to be on.
Absolutely. I had a chance to meet you at the Cibolo Paracon, which happened a few months ago. It was a great event. Cannot wait for the second one coming up. And you gave a great presentation there about giants, things like that, the stories that have been around a long time. How did you get into the world of cryptid research to begin with, David?
Well, so this entire field, when you hear me use the term paranormal, I speak in kind of the old school version of it. It's not just hauntings, but, anything beyond the normal.
Anything not normal.
Yeah. It's just kind of a pet peeve that's been sort of co-opted by ghost hunters,
We want to put things in a box,
Yeah,
David.
we do. But, I got involved in this field. I started researching in the 70s. And, I got interested as a kid, and by the time I was a teenager, I was just absorbing everything I could find. And of course, it was a different era. This was pre-internet, obviously, so, things, there were limited resources, so to speak. So, my early exposure was things like Hans Holzer wrote about ghosts, von Däniken, who wrote, of course, the Ancient Alien Theory books, and things like that. And then I discovered Fate magazine, which was there's a whole story as to how that happened too, because the short version is I was I was still in school. Obviously, I was in high school, and we had this. I lived in a very rural area, but these people came and built a house close to ours. Older couple, and I used to go over and talk to them all the time. And it turned out that the woman was a spiritualist.
Oh,
and
wow.
This is rural North Carolina.
Wow.
At the time, I'm like, she's probably the only spiritualist in that portion of the country at that time,
joke.
So I was like, what is that? So she would tell me all these things. I used to go over and talk to her all the time. And I went over one day, and she's got a copy of Fate magazine. I'm like, what is this? And she says, oh, that's Fate magazine. They comes out every month. And anybody who doesn't know the background of Fate magazine, it started in 47, and a little digest-sized magazine that ran articles about just hauntings, UFOs, cryptids, psychic mysteries, everything you can think of that falls within this spectrum. So I saw this magazine, was blown away. And the short version is she said, well, make sure you come visit tomorrow, after school. So I did. I go over to her house, and she's got this huge crate sitting up front full of Fate magazine. She says, wow, I think I'm done with these. You can have them. So, I was joking. I was like, it's weird. I was too sick to go to school for like several days afterwards.
That's odd.
It was very odd coincidence, And but man, I tell you what, I just absorbed everything that was in those issues, and that was a big early influence. John Keel was a big early influence. Wow. I met Keel, early on, and his approach. A lot of people have compared me to him. And, because I take sort of a journalistic approach, but I just love digging into these mysteries. I really do. And I'm intrigued by all of it. Everything from ancient mysteries to giants and cryptids and everything else. And I have been very fortunate because I've spent my life exploring that stuff.
Well, it's interesting that you bring up the work of John Keel because, yes, investigative journalist, like that's what he did.
That's my approach.
And he was not necessarily a believer. He wasn't really a believer in the paranormal, so to speak, or anything like that. But it was through his investigative journalism into the Mothman case that really just rang to him. Where like, there's something else going on here.
Yeah.
And to see that, and to see that even right now with the big move with Graham Hancock.
Right.
And everything else, to see the very fervorous reaction from scientists to his work and to the recent series.
Oh,
and
yes.
He's a pseudoscientist.
The outrage.
And the hilarious thing is him saying, never once have I said I'm a scientist. I am a journalist.
Right.
I just go where the evidence leads me.
Exactly.
And sorry if it's led me here.
Yeah.
But this is where all the evidence has led.
Yeah.
So feel free to disprove the evidence that I have.
That's right.
And
Now,
you very much approach things the same way, which is what I love.
I do. And as I said, there's a few early influences. Keel was a big one. Hans Holzer, because he did that specifically with ghosts. He really dug into stories. Jacques Vallée. Of course, Passport to Magonia was just, mind-blowing when that came out. Of course, Vallée is much more scientific oriented. But, there is one thing that really distinguishes me from a lot of these guys, and that's that I sort of followed a dual track from the time I was young, because the other thing I pursued was what I term real magic. I was interested in shamanism, native cultures and their practices, and I started pursuing that around the same time. And over the years, over the decades now, funny to say, but I've been very fortunate. I've spent time with a lot of teachers from different traditions around the world. I've had an audience with the Dalai Lama. I've taught I've studied with Native American elders, African practitioners, and one of the things that impressed me early on with these people was that whenever something paranormal or supernatural came up, if I presented the topic, the response was simply, "Oh yes, we know about this."
Yeah.
So, from an early age, I understood that when you set aside Western scientific tradition, for instance, and you say, "What are all these original cultures? How did they view these things?" Oh yeah, we know about it. We know it exists.
Yeah.
These things, they have different ways of understanding it, but it's an acceptance level that is just, I think, is only now starting to slip into the mainstream.
It's interesting because earlier when we were talking with Ryan Edwards, we were discussing toward the end the fact that it had never really dawned on me, but we are very much, as a culture, returning to the campfire. We've had the exploration of science into some of these topics. But when it comes to topics like Dogman and things like that, we have very much come back to the campfire. And we want to hear the stories. We want to hear the encounters.
Right.
As opposed to the science. As a society right now. And it's really interesting to see that on all paranormal fronts, because it's like all of them have boiled to the top of the pot right now and are getting ready to simmer over. It's really incredible.
It's really fascinating how it's evolving too, because about 10 years ago I was doing a lecture tour for my book Strange Intruders, and Strange Intruders, the whole idea behind that book was to look at these entities that are coming from somewhere into our realm of existence. And as a result, I examined a wide range. I addressed the jinn, shadow people, some of these entities that people are reporting all over the world, and that there's just really not much understanding as to where they're manifesting from, whether they're, purely psychic energy or mental or, physical, what are they? And one of the things, when I was researching that book, I ended up talking to a lot of quantum scientists, and that in itself was pretty fascinating because, I presented the whole idea in this book to a degree, and certainly in the lectures I expounded on it more. The fact that native cultures all over the world have these ideas about other levels of existence. And, you know, they'll talk about other races that lived here on the planet with us. You know, you can take any one of those isolated traditions. The jinn is a good example. The
it's a great one.
You know, the jinn, they were created by Allah, according to Islamic tradition, and they were one of the 3 races that were created.
Yep.
But at some point, they were banished. Now, they didn't cease to exist.
Yeah.
And they're still here. But where are they? Because they're not exactly living amongst us. So, you know, that gets into this idea of dimensional levels of existence.
Yes.
And, you know, so lo and behold, 10 years ago, suddenly quantum science is saying, you know what? There's another dozen levels of existence. We don't know how to get there or what's there. But but we know they're there.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, wow, science is finally deciding to say, hey.
Finally catching up.
Right.
Finally catching up.
Right, to traditions that are, you know, thousands of years old.
Oh,
in some
absolutely,
cases.
absolutely. And even the concept of UFOs, UAPs, they don't have to be from another planet. They could be from an adjunct time. They could be from an adjunct parallel universe or dimension.
That's right.
All kinds of things. And
That's
even this morning, hearing Josh talk about how quite a bit of Dogman seems to be very much a spiritual experience, almost as though something is manifesting for the viewer.
Right.
What its motivation is, who knows? But that seems to be the phenomenology. And the whole concept that one of the MUFON researchers shared with me at MUFON this last weekend, the idea that 3-dimensional objects cast a 2-dimensional shadow.
Right. Yeah.
4th-dimensional object casts a 3-dimensional shadow.
Exactly.
So it explains a lot as to vibrationally why maybe you can see it and I can't at the same time.
Yeah, levels of perception.
Exactly.
And it's funny, you know, we were talking about kind of coming full circle. We're talking about these ideas of coming back to the campfire, so to speak.
Yeah.
Well, even within science, you know, I'll never forget one of the quantum scientists. He looked at me straight on and he said, science is broken. And he said that what has happened is a lot of people, he said, like myself, we were traditionally interested in pursuing science, but once we got really involved and became scientists, we realized that it had reached an endpoint. And where do you go from there? And says a lot of quantum scientists have turned to God and turned to spiritual ideas and concepts because they have to find something that breaches that false wall that has been created by traditional science.
Well, it makes you want to keep exploring.
Oh, absolutely.
Because at some point, like we show a video regularly of the young scientist who was in charge of Lockheed Martin's miniaturized nuclear reactor.
Right.
And he's probably about 28 in the video that came out in 2012. He's standing in front of something about the size of a walk-in freezer.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, you know, this is the reactor, and we can 3-4 generation this every year.
Yeah.
By the time I'm done with this project, I'll need another job.
Yeah.
That's the time scale of this. We're looking within 10 years. Like, I'm going to need a whole new career.
Yeah.
Because that's how rapidly things move. And yes, when you're a scientist and discovery is your purview.
Right.
And discovery has been taken from you in lieu of maintain the paradigm.
That's exactly.
Keep confirming the paradigm.
Yep.
Keep confirming the paradigm.
Conform to what we've proved.
The monies come from the confirmation of the paradigm.
Yeah.
The grants come from the confirmation of the paradigm.
That's
Unless the grants coming from the Bigelow Institute, exploring contact with the afterlife.
Yeah.
It's to help expand the paradigm and
That's
keep that in place and to make sure that this curricula is still followed at this university.
Yeah, but they have found ways to step outside of that because look at the CERN collider. I mean, honestly,
it's a huge one.
We don't even know what that thing is creating. They don't even know. You know, you talk about a scientific experiment. It's like let's see what this does.
The Hadron Collider, when they turned it on, was very much an Oppenheimer moment.
Oh yes, it was.
And I remember the fervor in various communities of like, oh my God. another dimension's going to be ripped open.
We're seeing the tip of the iceberg, I believe.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. It is a whole new realm of technology. And to know that, once again, when you're talking about paranormal, things outside of the normal, we're just starting to burgeon on the technology that detects that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just got a MADAR system. I love my MADAR system. It detects magnetospheric anomalies in your area. So it's like, well, here's one quantitative point.
That's right.
That if we gather them, we can use AI and all kinds of things to examine things. And even looking at the new ways that we can apply technology to old evidence that's out there, be it cryptid, UFO, UAP, what have you. There are a ton of new methods for examining evidence and putting those things through the rigors of science.
Yeah, I believe that's the case. And, sort of looking at the other side of that equation is the human experience. And, I think that people are coming back around to traditional stories and saying, I had this experience, be it a Bigfoot or a Dogman or, a winged humanoid, whatever it is. They're saying, this is what I experienced. And I think that, I believe there are a few people that are at this point now where they experience something like that. They try to rationalize it, but then they realize that science doesn't have the answers for everything. So there's a certain level of comfort in knowing that science can't answer it because they haven't addressed it.
Yes.
So, it makes these people say, well, I'm not crazy. It's just that it can't be explained yet.
Yeah.
It's a very fascinating period in
being
that
the
sense.
operative word.
Yeah, exactly.
And we are coming up with all kinds of new things to see what the Bigelow Institute is doing once again with their study into near death.
Right.
And can we make contact with the other side? If you're a researcher doing that, get a hold of them, because if you can prove contact with the other side, there's a check with commas and zeros with your name on it. It's out there. They have already floated it.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see how these communities have truly not just overlapped, but come together over the last many years, David.
Yeah.
There have been more and more cross connections between these studies and even experiences amongst experiencers. Now, amongst your numerous, but number one, how many books are you in right now? Because you're going for every state in the U.S.
Oh, for the state series, number 14 just came out, which is Lone Star State Monsters, Cryptids and Legends of Texas.
Epic.
14 states and counting. There'll be another one announced probably in the next couple of weeks or so.
Incredible.
And obviously the goal is to do all 50 states.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to Native experiences, when it comes to the First Peoples experiences here in the United States, how many of our cryptids that we talk about in modern society, things like that, migrate over to the realm of oral tradition from their cultures?
An awful lot of them. So, Bigfoot obviously is the easiest one. You can go all over the United States and talk to Native people if they'll talk to you. If they're open enough to share their information, you'll find that there are traditions in tribes from east to west, north to south. They have these legends about these hairy giants. A lot of times they're cannibal giants in some cases. In some cases, they're simply another race of sometimes they call them men, but another race of these creatures that should be left alone and respected. Sometimes there's an idea that, we were at war with them at one point, but it stopped and we leave them alone, they leave us alone. So it's pretty fascinating. I'll tell you, I know you talked about giants at the top of the conversation. And one of the things that has been really intriguing to me, many years ago, I was in a site called Lovelock Cave in Nevada. It's a whole legend around Lovelock Cave about the Sitika, which were these giant cannibal creatures that were attacking the native people in the region, the Utes, and they eventually had to band together with some other tribes in the region to go and fight these things, to go to war with them and to kill them because they were losing too many of their people, the women and children and even hunters. And this whole idea of this war between a group of natives and some kind of cannibal giants, I thought that was really fascinating. I found a similar story. There's a similar story in Idaho. And the more I've explored over the years, I have found that this seems to be almost a cultural memory because I have found similar stories in Arizona, Alaska. So there are these traditions that seem to be kind of consistent where it's slightly different in the location depending on the cultural perception. For instance, you go to Alaska and they had a fight with what they refer to as the tail men. And it was these large bipedal creatures that had a tail. And it sort of gets a little bit into the territory of what the Alaskans call a kushtaka or a kushtaka, which is a land otter man. So it's this giant bipedal otter thing, which sounds really weird and looks really weird when you see the artistic depictions. But the story is fascinating because it's another battle where the native people were being preyed on by these cannibal giants and had to go to war with them. And, it raises a lot of questions for me because it's fascinating on the one hand, and on the other hand, it's like, what's the original source for these stories? I mean, we have some physical evidence from the Lovelock Cave, the Nevada story. The Nevada story is, first of all, it's not quite as old. There was a woman named Sarah Winnemucca who was a Paiute who was a child and heard these stories from her father, who was part of the whole tradition of fighting these things. Now, she had a dress that was adorned with red hair that she says came from these giants. Wow. There's a lot of questionable stories. There were things that were pulled out of the Lovelock Cave site over the years when they did excavations in the cave that were very unusual. They found 15-inch sandals, for instance. Now, people today say, well, that's nothing, as basketball players. But you go back to, the 1800s.
I'm here to tell you, David, this is a 12-inch foot.
Right.
I wear a size 15.5 to 16.
Yeah.
I have a very overlarge foot.
Yep.
That ain't 15 inches.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Something with 15-inch feet is way bigger than me, and I run about 6'3".
Exactly. and you have to bear in mind, that we're talking about a period when people were smaller in stature in general. That's scientific evidence.
Well,
that's just would have been highly unusual.
Our mass amount of food and things like that is what allowed us to grow this size.
Exactly. Yeah. One of the things that really intrigues me about some of these native tales, Lovelock Cave is a great example because in later periods, what happened was Lovelock Cave, the site, which you can still visit and go into, the legend is that the natives chased these cannibals up to this cave. The cannibals refused to come out. So the natives piled the front entry to the cave up with brush and gave these creatures plenty of warnings and said, come out and fight like men. The creatures refused to. So the natives lit this brush up and they burned out the whole cave. Now, we know this really happened because you can go in Lovelock Cave today and the scorch marks are still there. There was, where the fire was. With the cave being abandoned so long, of course, bats took up residence and, bat guano was being produced in there. So at one point, these guys who were digging bat guano went in the cave. They were digging all this guano out and they started finding artifacts. And they thought at first, this is connected to the native people. So even today, you talk about, maintain the party line, right? Even today, historians say, well, this is, the native people lived in this cave. The Paiutes lived in this cave. You go to the site.
They didn't.
They say they did not. They are adamant. We were not cave dwellers. Our ancestors did not live in caves. None of our people have. We do not live in caves. it's really funny because you go to the site and there's a couple of placards up for, that designate this Lovelock Cave. And there's one that has this whole thing saying, the native people lived in this. And the native people, somebody has went up there and scratched this out. You can't read what it used to say.
Epic.
And they won't allow that to be on there because they're adamant. We did not live in those caves. Now, there's legends that giant bones were taken out of that cave.
Yeah.
And were put on display for a time. Of course, there's no record of that. We don't know what happened to those.
Yeah.
We don't know where they went.
One of the many supposed Smithsonian cases.
Right. Exactly.
Things making it to them and never coming into the public eye.
That particular case is pretty fascinating because there's actually written memories from people who said that they saw giant bones on display in Virginia City.
Wow.
In Nevada, that supposedly came from Lovelock Cave. And even, I think it's Mark Twain wrote about remembering seeing a giant bones on display. So, given the period, you can take that a lot of different ways. It's like, well, it was the era of dime museums.
Age
and
of tall tales, yeah.
But at the same time, we got to wonder with all the other things that sort of support that legend, what's the reality behind it?
Well, and also, David, just the fact of how many things do we rediscover?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Not just technologically. I mean, I just posted an article yesterday. I don't know if I shared it with you, but I will. About a previously thought extinct bird that is now all over New Zealand.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I love those stories.
And it's one of those, this thing has been thought extinct for so long. And now, no, apparently there is a huge breeding population in New Zealand. Yeah. We find new species. Even during the pandemic, when everybody was at home, there were 200 new species
That's
found.
Right. That's right.
We discover new species on the regs.
Yeah.
So to think even with our haughtiness that we have explored all of the United States, feel free to look at a map of it at night. Look at a picture at night from ISS. It's three-quarters dark.
I tell people that all the time.
It's three-quarters dark.
I tell people all that. There's so many people who are doubters for, in terms of a lot of these cryptid sightings and everything. And I say, you have to understand, the average person lives in or around a metropolis. They're in the city all the time, working or shopping or whatever they're doing. So, there's people, it's like this. There's people everywhere all around us all the time. They can't conceive of this idea of, here's a stretch of land that a human hasn't walked across for, decades, maybe, hundreds of years. Yeah. And, the average state, of course, the Northeast, is really concentrated with a lot of people, but there's a lot of wild areas up there still.
A ton.
And
three-quarters of Maine.
Yeah.
Three-quarters of Maine.
Yeah. I was
totally still wild, rugged land.
That's right. Hadn't been too long since I was up in Maine, and I
lived there for 5 years.
Man, it's just it's incredible.
Absolutely. Yep. And interestingly enough, at MUFON Con last week, I spoke with Thiago Cicchetti. Mm-hmm. He is. Get this, the sole MUFON investigator for Brazil.
Oh, gosh.
I was like, brother, I will pray for you daily, the number of reports that come out of Brazil. Wow. Now, granted, that is just out of cities. Yeah. Like he said, if you go to the rural areas that are almost inaccessible, you go to these villages, things like that, ask them. It's not just the fact that it's a 2-day one-way trip for them to go make a report. They don't know how to use a computer. Ain't never seen one.
Right. Yeah. Probably don't have telephones.
But it's also the fact of, even if they did, they wouldn't go report it because it is not out of the ordinary for them, David.
Exactly.
It is regularity. Yep. It's like, why would we come tell you there's nothing strange?
Yeah.
We see these lights all the time.
Yeah. Right.
So it's kind of the same concept where it's like when you get to these native areas, when you get to the areas where they've lived on reservation since we put them on reservation.
Right.
They see things that we don't see because they are living out in that wilderness.
Yeah.
On a regular basis, as opposed to just passing through for a weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, I've talked to people, both native and Anglo in rural areas of places like Utah and Montana. And I mean, the reports from out there, it's like, yeah, we see these things, there's stuff going on all the time out here.
Yeah.
And, it's a number of things. I think that also you get, those people have a different level of perception, I find, because they pay attention.
Well, because they are connected with the land. No different than somebody who hunts or traps for a living.
Yeah.
When they go out in the woods, they have a different sensory perception than any one of us who lives in the city. They are keenly and astutely aware of the smells of their game.
Yeah.
The smells of their game's leavings. Yeah. Everything. Even the way that the wildlife reacts to them is different because of the presence that they put out in the wilderness.
That's correct.
So
that's correct.
Yeah, all
they're
those
not
things.
they're not in a city with their heads down in their phone and heading for their cubicle or their Starbucks run or whatever it is. So
and yes, very much the fact of we have lost that connection with the land. There's quite a few people who still farm and stuff like that, but if you go back to my grandparents, great-grandparents' day, things like that where, hey, man, when it got dark in Mamou, Louisiana, you didn't have a lantern or a fat lamp. Guess what? It's dark, Jack.
That's the way it was where I grew up, too.
It's dark.
Yeah.
You ain't seeing nothing unless it's inside those walls with a fat lamp or unless it's a really well-moonlit night.
Yeah.
But at the same token, they were totally aware of every piece, every game track that came across, every game trail that went across their property. Like, they depended on hunting and trapping to not only feed their family, but to make their money.
Yeah, and I think that technology has advanced so rapidly, and certainly in my lifetime, that I don't think people have quite caught up with how to fully adapt to it. I mean, I'm very grateful that I grew up in an era without a computer at my fingertips. Yeah, and the internet's a real. You
got a different set of tools in your bag.
Yeah, David. and I always default back to those. I like to talk to people. I like to go to the locations. I like to if it's it's a rural spot that somebody saw this troll or whatever it was, I want to go out there and see what it's like, get a vibe for it. So that's definitely still my approach.
What has been amongst your stacks of books, David? What has been the most remarkable story that has stuck with you since you found out about it?
Oh gosh. I would really have to think about that. There's so many, in any given state, I could pluck out. Wow, I mean, some of the encounters with black-eyed kids, with shadow people, some of the ghost sightings, and and I tell you something that really has stuck with me a lot in the last few years of doing this series on states. Every state has some kind of a unique cryptid, usually, that is very much a part of that region or locale or whatever. But the other thing I have found is that every state has a lot of Bigfoot sightings. But I constantly find these Bigfoot sightings that are just weird. They're not the standard, I saw this, 8-foot tall creature that walked by, like the Patterson-Gimlin film or something. I've got one, and I'll actually share this one because I'll be talking about it in my lecture tomorrow, which I'm doing Monsters of the Wild West, as you know. So it's a whole bunch of different accounts. But there was an incident in Montana with these two teenage girls. And this is, if I'm remembering right, it was in the 1970s. And these girls were out on their one of them's family's farm, and they're just kind of, messing around, doing whatever. And they see this creature over by their horses that's kind of annoying the horses or something. And they're looking at this thing and thinking, what is? They didn't know what it was. It was a Bigfoot. They described it, and they said, here's this creature. So one of the girls has a rifle, and she fires a shot up in the air. Nothing happens. And they're sort of watching, and they decide, I'm going to try again. This girl fires another shot in the air. This time the Bigfoot reacts. It drops down to the ground as if it's been shot or was close to being shot, and it starts to commando crawl across the ground. towards these bushes. Now, as it gets towards the bushes, 2 other creatures come out, reach out, and help pull it into the bushes. So it's getting to safety. So, I call it the commando crawl Bigfoot, and it's just so bizarre. And, there's some things that compound the interest of the sighting, because in the aftermath, there was actually a sheriff in the area who was investigating Bigfoot sightings at the time, taking it serious.
Wow.
He talked to these girls. He went to the location. He gave them polygraph tests, which was a big thing in the 70s. They both passed with flying colors. The sheriff found out that, there's all these people in this whole rural community reporting hearing these things scream at night. Other sightings are reported. So there are these Bigfoot creatures in this area. But, I mean, what a bizarre reaction. It doesn't react the first time, but the second time it's goes into this whole drama.
Kind of the same way with the recent cattle mutilations right down the road here in Texas, where they looked, and then randomly one day the sheriff's department had it posted on social media.
Yeah.
Like, anybody got an idea or an answer?
Yep.
Feel free to give us a call.
I know.
Because we are stumped.
Yeah. Strange stuff.
Yeah, and we are right up against it with so many things right now. It's great to see such an awesome crowd here at Dogman, here to talk about these topics, here to share their stories, share their experiences.
Yeah, it's a great group of people.
It's fantastic. It's been great. I love being able to sit back, chat with you, all the researchers, and but more than anything, it's the people, it's the stories, it's the experiences that they share that are absolutely beautiful, man.
Yeah, it is.
Thanks so much for the time. Let everybody know where they can go to find your literal library catalog of books other than the Curious Realm store.
So, of course, everything's on Amazon.com. Just search my name. And you can also go to my website, which is eerielights.com. That is with 2 E's, EERIE lights.com. And you'll find, of course, links to all the books there, tons of links for interviews, television appearances, other things that I'm up to, too, because I'm usually a pretty busy guy. I do documentaries and write all kinds of articles and books and lots of other projects in the pipeline.
Heck yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Always good talking with you.
Absolutely. Please, everybody, while you were online checking out all of the amazing work from David Weatherly, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can like, subscribe, share. That is where you can join our experiencer page if you have had contact with the other side, if you have had an ET or UFO experience or experience with a cryptid. Stop on by CuriousRealm.com/stories. Share your experience and evidence with us. We will share it with our experts and see what answers we can find for you. Stay tuned through these commercial breaks. We will come back with the conclusion of our first day of coverage here at the second Dogman and Cryptid Conference in White Settlement, Texas, from the Paranormal Round Table. We'll be right back after this. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to our final part of Day 1 coverage here at the second annual Dogman and Cryptid Conference in White Settlement, Texas, brought to you by the Paranormal Round Table. We are here with the indomitable and amazing Ron Moorhead. Welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Thank you, Chris.
I am so excited to have you on. Probably one of the first times that I ever heard Bigfoot whoops and calls was on Coast to Coast AM many, many moons ago with the Sierra Sounds. And you of course, have lived in fame and many circles and infamy in some because of the Sierra Sounds.
You're too kind.
Well, I mean, really, it was, and I think still is, a very groundbreaking field. The idea of animal calls, the idea of Sasquatch calls in particular, and to hear that we are now going to be able to leverage the world of AI in this research, to be able to
Good point.
basically use AI to listen to wildlife calls and go, well, let's compare it to an entire database in that amount of time. Pretty incredible, pretty awesome. How did you come into the world of Bigfoot research cryptid research to begin with?
Well, not on purpose. I was in a remote hunting camp. Some guys that had invited me in. Actually, one of the guys got scared off and he wouldn't go back, so I went back with him. He wanted to go back and see if everybody was all right because they didn't know what they were dealing with at the time, and he wouldn't go back by himself. Just a little freaky the sounds were, and so anyway, that's how I got involved. I started going up to as often as I could. I got considered part of the group then. I was friends with them all, but I wasn't a hunter at the time. But then I started going up there and hunting with them, and we started experiencing this stuff year after year. And anyway, I didn't realize how significant it was until days like this, when people are really interested in it.
Yeah. And once again, to see the field now get to the point of folks like Jeff Melgrim being involved, actual primatologists, things like that. It's fantastic to see that there is a group of researchers out there that is really heavily looking into the physical possibility of a large hominid ape in America.
Well, yeah, they are large. They are hominoids. And but I got some information I think is more relevant.
Please.
We've had the studies done that shows the sounds were not manipulated, and it is a language by the human definition of language, which is unique. It's not just a call or a scream. It's an actual chatter between them. Same thing that John Green reported years ago when he interviewed Albert Ostman from Canada. And you got that going. He represented, according to a sound engineer, he did a year-long study, Dr. Curlin, and he said they represented an animal over 8 foot tall compared to the human vocal mechanism. And there was not manipulated, not played one way or the other backwards or nothing like that. And you got a cryptolinguist who studied as a cryptolinguist for the military, the Navy, and he listened to them, and he came out and interviewed us to find out the context because he heard a language in there, which is critically important because only humans, according to Dr. Liebman at Brown University, have the vocal mechanism for sapient language. These things have that. That puts it to me, they have a human component to them. And so some of them, I'm only talking about the ones I dealt with, which we dealt with them for quite a while up there. And it's hard to get people to understand just everything we went through, but there was some really strange anomalies that was associated with them. Lights, just unusual things, not just their vocalizations, but strange stuff. And one of the guys who went in to investigate, which we invited, was Alan Berry. He was a master's degree in science, and he said, don't talk about the strange stuff up here. You're going to get in trouble. So we didn't for a long time. He said, you got to stay with science, Well, it has to be an answer to everything. So when you see or hear sounds going on outside the little shelter we were in, thinking the whole camp's being torn apart, and you look out there and nothing's changed, how do you answer that with classical science?
Yeah.
It's something. Were they hypnotizing us all? Because we all heard it. And a lot of other things, too, besides that. And so anyway, it got me into the study of quantum science. And I know a lot of the doctors that are studying the classical science way, and that's fine because the parameters that they're trained in is classical science. And that's where I draw the line. I'm not in that line and box of classical science because things are outside of that box. So it took me into quantum science, which is the Max Planck, who got the Nobel Prize in 1918 for quantum mechanics. And you got Einstein, you got Tesla chiming in on this stuff and everything. What Tesla says, one man calls God, another one calls quantum science.
Yeah.
So you got that. They're synonymous. Quantum science and spirituality are synonymous. And that's where a lot of people, I think, and that's what the title of one of my books is, Bringing Science and Spirituality Back Together, because those guys studied the Veda, they studied science and they studied spirituality too, and so that's how it kind of began with me and how it goes on. I've been in Nepal and into Russia. I spoke at the Darwin Museum there with Meldrum and Dr. Bindernagel years ago, and they won't get into quantum physics because that's not their parameters. The parameters are drawn. So I'm not a physicist, but I studied that now for years and years, and there's a lot of science behind everything that's been happening, and that's why this stuff is so popular, and that's why so many people are coming out now of the woodwork and reporting strange stuff. So.
Yeah, and even this morning to hear Josh talking about Dogman specifically and how it may be a manifestation of sorts, and as even one of the things that we postulate on this show regularly, whether you're talking a CE5 alien contact experience, whether you're talking Bigfoot, Dogman, or whether you're talking going and investigating a haunted house, are we and our expectation of the experience charging that moment or that location before we ever get there?
Good point.
Before we ever get there.
Because we create our reality. Whatever you find, whatever you're looking for, you find. However,
you were looking for nothing.
good point.
Yeah.
But how do you hear people say, well, it disappeared right in front of my eyes.
Yes.
You hear about these trackways stopping. Where it doesn't make any sense. Where to go?
Yeah.
Happened to me.
Well, even the very famous now skunk ape footage, where you see it just boop, and it's gone.
Okay, 1933, Dr. Paul Dirac won the Nobel Prize for antimatter. Get into antimatter, it's the direct exchange between matter and energy, established by CERN in Switzerland in 2012, when the particle changes into energy. So matter and energy are interchangeable.
Yes.
And that's Einstein. Everything is energy, frequency, and vibration. You get into the vibration of anything, you can change its matter if you get on the right frequency. So that's where I go with my studies, that's where I go with my talks, that's where I go with my books.
Absolutely. And that is a topic that we talk about regularly, Ron, on this show, is the fact of I'm a comic book freak. So the example I always give is the Flash.
There you go.
And his phasing ability, where it's like, oh, well, there's somebody stuck inside of the steel, bank vault. Let me phase through the wall. And he matches his, atoms with the same speed as the bank vault, and he just passes through.
That's energy.
Same thing. Like that is actual physics. I'd love to say it's not. But
it is.
By all physics, Ron, we aren't even here. By all physics that we learned in ninth grade.
We're an illusion.
We're 90% empty space.
Because we're all trained in classical science, 1687 Newtonian physics, and there's more going on than Newtonian physics.
That's right.
We only see within 430 and 770 terahertz. That's our light frequency.
That's right.
All these other frequencies are out there that we don't see.
Yeah.
We don't hear like a dog here. We don't hear an infrasound or ultrasound. We don't smell. Our olfactory sense is not like a bear's. It's 20 times better than ours.
Yeah.
And you realize your human components, what we are, and your human limitations, and you realize there's more going on than what meets our eye, our three-dimensional eye, and there's more dimensions going on. So
well, and even more colors. Even more colors. People don't realize that we just had a tetrachromic on 3 weeks ago at the International Remote Viewing Association. People don't realize there are people who see red, green, blue, and yellow. Like parrots, and like they have they have literally another million colors that they can see. Imagine what the world looks like to them.
Well, when a sound frequency gets to its 40th octave, it'll turn into...
I'm an audio engineer. Hold on, let me enjoy this. Talk.
Sound, when it reaches the 40th octave, will turn into color.
That's right. That's right.
You get all that stuff going together.
Well, and we bring that up regularly on the show, and this is typically where I would go to my graphics machine and show the electromagnetic spectrum and show the fact that, no, what we see in here is in the same slice. It's in the same slice. Yeah. The color red, I've got a chakra album right over here that I made. Red is a tone. Yeah. There is a musical note.
Balancing our chakras is so important.
Absolutely, and just the idea of it is all frequency. Everything is frequency from how we see and what we see. Even the idea of, I was explaining hertz to somebody a minute ago, and the idea that it is a cycle per second. We see at 30 cycles per second. That fluorescent light is flashing at 60. That's why it looks like it's always on.
Cool.
It's really flashing twice as fast as you can see. So that's why it looks like it's solid. If you took you took a camera at 60 hertz and pointed it at that light, you would see the flow of power across the tube. You'd see it moving.
You get into orbs?
Oh, yeah.
Light, that's energy.
Oh, yeah.
And orbs have changed into Bigfoot or vice versa.
Sure.
It's their matter changed into energy. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times I've seen orbs up at Joe Montana's Vortex in Montana.
Wow.
And those orbs, your camera, you don't see them with your eyes, but your camera will get the picture because it has a better scope.
It's got a filter in it that, wider. Depending on the camera and the make, maybe a little wider to the ultraviolet, maybe... the variants of ultraviolet infrared.
You can get a picture of
You
them.
know? Yeah.
You don't see them with your
Yeah.
eyes until you see the picture. I seen one, a really good one out there in the camera that we was taking a picture with, and it had an image in it, had a design in it, which showed me there's an intelligence behind that. And then the one I seen up at the camp here in 2016, we witnessed this light about 3 or 4 inches long, like a fluorescent bulb. If it wasn't bright like that, it was just glowing, going through the trees. What do you do with that? You know, it's a form of energy, but it's not like a streaking through. It's just floating through like it's studying or something. You don't know what it's going to do, so you don't know what to think about it. But nothing's really that foreign up there. Everything's different at our camp, Sierra Camp.
Yeah. And now, just out of curiosity, especially talking about frequencies, vocalizations, what range do most of the vocalizations occur in? Have there been found any infra or ultrasound qualities to Sasquatch vocalizations? Kind of like in the realm of elephant calls, things like that.
You have to have the right equipment to record that. And we were recording with cassette recorders in those days, so it only recorded what it could record. You have to have the right equipment to, and you'll only see it, you won't hear it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you need to know that, but we never even thought about that back in the 70s when these things were interacting with us.
Yeah, you were lucky you had a tape recorder that you could take out into the woods.
Exactly. Battery-operated cassettes, that's all you need. And it's limited, with those type of things.
Yeah.
So I have a feeling they can communicate in infrasound, because there's been times when we've been frozen in our steps up there where you just can't go anymore until you go backwards. And that's when one of them we know was behind this tree. It was sounding off, and we shoot out of the shelter, we'll see it run off. Bright moonlit night. Well, we step out of the shelter and start walking up towards that tree, and just got froze. And we couldn't go forward, like a force field, I call it.
Wow.
And backed off. You go backwards, but you couldn't go forward. I brought this up to a scientist. He says, I don't want to hear about your fear. Science can't deal with fear. It wasn't fear. We were over that by then. He said, well, it must be an infrasound or pheromones. Well, at the time, I thought, well, it must be infrasound because, it affects it's used by large animals.
Sure.
It affects humans. But now I find these things have a human component to them. And so the human component, there's a possibility it was pheromones, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
But I still stay with infrasound.
That would have to be a huge hit of pheromone to.
Yes, it would.
And especially now, if you were like a full-on trained tracker, hunter, things like that, I could see how maybe a pheromone hit might make you freeze in your tracks to think about something.
I'm sticking with infrasound.
Not in the realm of like I physically can't move my body.
That's the way it was. It happened to me again out in the woods up there when I wasn't even thinking about Bigfoot, and all of a sudden I just stopped. I couldn't move, and I started looking around, seeing what's doing this.
Were there other phenomena around the area? Was the area known for other things?
I saw a UFO up there once. I mean, just a big blue ball coming down. I lost it behind the trees, but definitely controlled. And there's a light I told you about a minute ago, and there was other things too. One time I heard a big whooming sound, it sounded like a huge tuning fork.
Wow.
In the daytime, we all look up. You can't see the source of it at all. A lot of things happen up there that gets you out of classical science.
Yeah.
Gets you into quantum science. And the fact that now the government says we can believe in aliens.
Yeah. It's permissible now.
Yeah, you couldn't talk about it 10 years ago. You've been put in a funny farm. So,
well, yeah.
So I talk about that now, and I think aliens have been coming in for eons, and they've messed with the genome of different species on this planet.
And that is we just got back from the MUFON conference. We heard from quite a few people about the star seeding program, about the idea of seeding humanity, seeding Earth, tinkering with genetic material, things like that. When it comes to Sasquatch and that, have you come across any stories in your investigations of, I guess, Sasquatch being alien?
Well, a lot of people think so, but they're not all the same, in my opinion, because there's different type of aliens. They've been on this planet, and they're doing different things.
Yeah.
They're all after this planet, and they're hoping we don't destroy it like we're doing. We're a warring species, and we got to get away from that. They're hoping we'll learn to love and have compassion, and we can get over this warring species thing, and then maybe we won't blow ourselves up again like we've done in the past.
It seems that way. Let's hope not. And with that in mind, how do we go about beginning protection for this animal, for these species?
They don't
Ron?
need protection, in my opinion.
They don't need protection?
No, we need protection.
All right. Get into that a little bit.
Well, I think we need protection. We're destroying the planet. We're doing things that we shouldn't be doing. We're killing each other. We're hurting each other. We're doing all the bad things, which we're not supposed to be that way. I think we're supposed to be more with compassion, love, and spreading that around. A lot of the masters taught that, so.
Oh, yeah.
That's the key to making things better. If we could all just learn that, I think we would stop being such a species that's destroying everything, and that would save the planet, really.
Yeah. Now, curiously, were you a cryptid enthusiast? Were you anything like that before you were invited to come up and go hunting at this camp?
No. None of us were. We didn't know what we were dealing with at the time. Underestimated everything we were dealing with at the time. But we were smart enough to start recording or had fun with it then, because we knew they weren't going to eat us or carry us away or something.
Sure.
So we were recording. And it wasn't until we took Al Berry up there, investigative reporter with a master's degree in science. He was looking for who was tricking us. How could that happen? Because we all thought it was a hoax. Everybody did.
Sure.
But it wasn't, and he couldn't determine that by anything that went on. 8 miles in the wilderness, 8,700 feet elevation. It's just a really imposing place to get to. And it'd be ludicrous for anyone to go up there. And plus, they'd have to know when we're going.
Yes.
And to trick us. And you can't trick them either. We was trying to trick them. We'd get a picture, and they'd mess up with our camera traps or something, go around them or something like that. But no, none of us were Bigfoot enthusiasts or cryptozoologists, nothing like that. Hunters is all they were. And I became part of that group and started experiencing what they were experiencing. So we kept it kind of closed like that. We don't take people up there because it's a real phenomenal place.
Yeah. Now, how has this experience changed you, Ron? Do you find that your life is any different than it was before you began researching into this world? How have things evolved for you?
Let me laugh at that for a minute.
Please, enjoy.
It changes your life totally. I was raised in religious circles.
Same.
Christian, all that. So what I did is, first thing I did when I come out of the mountains, I started thinking, where'd giants come from? They're not supposed to be around like they are now. They're supposed to have been destroyed a long time ago, And so that got me into chasing it down. So I got into the Bible, but I'm not a religious person anymore. But I found out we're all spiritual, whether we like it or not.
That's right.
Energy, which we're all made of, at the most minute level, cannot die. It continues on. So if you're a religious person, you can think, I'm going to go to heaven if I die, when I die, because there's two parts to our being, our physical part and our etherical part. And when you get into those, you realize the energy, which we're all made of, cannot die. Yet our body is going to change. It's going to change. It's going to die, and it's going to change forms. So that's basically the very root of what you go to is energy, frequency, and vibration. You get into Tesla and Einstein, all those old physics, they all, that's it.
Yeah.
So yet classical science doesn't seem to want to go there. It has to be everything that's measurable, predictable, physical, all that stuff. So when I started asking questions about, well, how far is it to the end of the universe if everything's measurable?
Yeah.
You have to conceive it. So to me, God and spirituality are synonymous. You have to believe it.
Yeah.
Because you'll never prove it.
Now, with that in mind, and especially with that in mind, with the fact of you did not begin this research with a bent or trope toward Sasquatch, cryptid, anything like that. How has this research changed you? Has it changed your faith? Not religion, but your faith.
No, I still have faith. I know that there's something going on besides what we can see, feel, and measure. That's, if you want to talk about, say, God, or call it God, but it's a high frequency energy. Yeah. And that's what's created us. We're very important people, human race is. I got into this because I understand that from the way I was raised in religious circles, that we are special. And yet you get into quantum physics, and what one man calls God, no one calls quantum physics.
Yeah.
It's Nikola Tesla, Yeah. And Einstein says you find the frequency of anything, you can change its matter. You get into Paul Dirac, won the Nobel Prize in 1933.
Hutchison.
Matter and energy are interchangeable. And what is to say that these things can't change their matter to energy?
Yeah.
And vice versa.
Well, and we just did that a year and a half ago in a lab. We created matter from light.
Well, you can CERN 2012 established that.
Yeah.
Matter turned into a particle turned into matter. Or
Absolutely.
energy.
Yeah, precisely. And that is a whole change of technology. That is
a whole change in your head.
Exactly.
And things you don't see energy, you only can sense it. So you can see matter.
Yes.
This matter changed into a particle which they could only detect. They couldn't see it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and I mean, even to the point of teleportation within a lab, teleporting light particles, everything that at least I grew up from 75 to now believing was science fiction is pretty well fact now.
It's really fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is an incredible time to be alive. It's an incredible time to
agree with you. Yeah.
To even just be involved in this research cursorily in the way that I am. I am not hip deep in the field like you. I talk to researchers. I read tons and watch a crap ton of documentary and things like that just to absorb as much data as I can. But even just seeing it from that point of view, I have seen massive moon-sized leaps in the last few years.
I think that's what the Mayan calendar was all about, 2012. We're changing into an area of a time of enlightenment.
Yeah.
Good time to be alive.
What do you see next for the world of cryptozoology, Ron? For somebody...
I see a lot more UFOs coming in, a lot more exposure to that, a lot more alien exposure. Bigfoot maybe one of them, maybe, because more and more people are spotting them.
Josh is signing books.
I'm supposed to be on a panel here in a minute.
Yes. So let everybody know where they can go to keep up with your research, Ron, where they can go to buy new books, everything else.
My website, ronmorehead.com, 10, Morehead. And that's where my products are. I got 2 CDs that I've developed. One is narrated by Jonathan Frakes. It's an Albury story. It's downloadable or not. And then you got the other CD, which is me narrating. It's both about 40 minutes long with integrated sounds. And you got my books, which are hard copies or downloads.
Awesome.
RonMorehead.com.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the time
during
this very, very busy conference.
My honor.
Appreciate it. It was truly my honor, Ron. Thank you. While you were online checking out all of the amazing work from Ron Morehead, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can see all of our live event coverage from events like the 2nd Annual Dogman and Cryptid Conference. Come back after these commercial breaks, folks. We will get into more coverage from the 2nd Annual Dogman and Cryptid Conference right here in White Settlement, Texas, brought to you by the Paranormal Round Table. We'll be right back after this. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage here of the Texas 2nd Annual Dogman and Cryptid Conference right here in White Settlement. We are joined by Jesus Payan Jr. Most of you may know him from the television show Breaking Bad, but I also know him from Breaking Bigfoot, his amazing channel on YouTube. Not many people, I guess, who are familiar with Breaking Bad might not be familiar with the fact that you are heavily involved in the cryptid community and paranormal communities.
Yeah, those two worlds, they don't mix too often. It's really weird to me because, like people that watch a show, Breaking Bad, they'll ask me about nothing but TV and movie stuff.
Yeah.
And then the people, they're like, the cryptid stuff, a lot of them never seen Breaking Bad.
Right.
Or any of my other stuff. I've done movies and TV and all kinds of stuff. But it's like two completely separate worlds. And the only people that do seem to know about my weird stuff is when I'm filming and I get other actors and crew people, in the was a faraway Union, they'd be like, "Hey, is it true that you talk about Bigfoot and stuff?"
Yeah, yeah,
"Is it
yeah.
true? Can you tell me
Yeah, like
something?"
all off comms.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
seriously. Well, yeah, and I mean, even folks like Rob Lowe, like he had the Lowe files with him and his son, and it's interesting to see so many celebrities coming out with that kind of stuff. How did you first come to the world of paranormal and Bigfoot research and looking into this?
I was kind of born into it. The first memories I have of just in general and being alive, I was about 3 years old, and we were stationed in the Air Force in England.
Oh, wow.
And we lived in this old house, this 200-year-old house that we were living in, 2-story, and I remember there being ghosts. And we had the old television sets that weighed about 1 million pounds.
Yeah.
And I was the remote.
Yeah.
You know.
Click clack.
Yeah. There was a UHF. There was
and hold the antenna like this so it doesn't wobble.
Exactly. So in the middle of the night, we would hear the TV turn on and the channels changing.
Wow.
And that takes a lot of effort.
That's a little bit, yeah.
You know, it's not just the remote's battery.
Yeah, it's not like you got a sticky button on the remote or something, or the cat stepped on the remote.
And so me and my sister, I guess I was 3.5 turning 4, and that was my first memory of the UFOs. I had a long cigar-shaped UFO. My sister remembers it being green. I remember it being orange, and it coming down towards our window, and then we don't remember nothing. That was literally in 1980 December. 1980 December. That's when the Rendlesham Forest incident happened. We were just 1 hour away from it.
Yep.
My dad was working in the Air Force there, and so it was just interesting timing for everything that. And coincidental that we're seeing UFOs and being, visited at that same time. So that's really, really, I would say, what's opened the door that way. And then my mom, I couldn't speak very well until I was like 5, maybe. It was real strange.
Okay.
Kind of did the whole gibberish thing.
Sure.
But I could read at 4.
Yes.
It makes no sense to me now. But my mom had bought a book called Mysterious World by Arthur C. Clarke.
Yeah.
And that was my real introduction of this mysterious world.
Yeah.
There was a Bigfoot section, a UFO section, and Loch Ness Monster section.
Yeah.
And that same year, while I was 4, we traveled to Scotland for 2 weeks and went to the Loch and spent 2 weeks on the Loch hunting Nessie. And we didn't find Nessie, unfortunately, so we scooped up water from the lake, and we figured we had Nessie poo in there.
Yeah, yeah.
So technically, we got some Nessie.
Yeah, exactly. You have genetic material in that water.
Yep. So
absolutely.
That's what opened, I guess, my entry into that. But I didn't know that was weird stuff. I didn't know that was normal.
Yeah, exactly. And good for your parents for being open-minded and letting you explore those topics. I regularly talk about. I grew up in a pretty Catholic household, and I think my mom was happy I was reading.
Right.
Period. It was either lasers or books on like amulets and werewolves and, like voodoo, things like that I was bringing home in 7th grade. Like my brother would go get like the latest Dinar Koontz novel at the library, and that's what I would come home with, was things like that. Yep. And yeah, once again, I think it was just the fact that, well, he's reading something.
Yep.
Good for him.
You know how like in elementary they had the book fairs?
Mm-hmm. So Scholastic Book Fair, man.
Anything that was UFO, Bigfoot, or anything like that, I had to have it.
Same. And yeah, for me, early in life, it became an obsession of wanting to know about it. It was just fascinating. Yeah. How did things? Was your family accepting of the experiences? Were you the only one that had experiences in your house as a kid?
Well, my sister did experience stuff. Like when we were in England, she wouldn't sleep in her room. Because I think that was more of the ghost side of stuff. The room wouldn't, no matter how high we turned up the furnace or whatever, her room would stay frozen. So she would come to my room instead and stay with me. And we would hear the ghosts walking up downstairs and weird stuff at night. And a lot of it I confused as growing up, thinking it was all ghost stuff. But I think some of it was actually abduction scenarios happening, like the blankets being pulled off our bed.
Oh, wow.
From our feet. weird things in the corner staring at us at night. Of course, we were like, didn't want to look. But it continued to happen as I got older, and I realized it was big, black, almond-shaped eyes. And those little funny guys. But, she experienced it just to a certain point, and then as we grew older, we kind of grew apart. I was the nerd little brother, and she was the older sister, and society kind of took over. Sure. The whole thought process, and stay away from me, my friends, get away. Yeah. So we really didn't talk no more, as just friends. So I had to continue experiencing all the weird by myself.
Oh, man.
My mom now, on the other hand, she experienced weird stuff as I grew up. She's been visited. She's seen grays, hybrids in the house.
Oh, wow.
Tons of UFO stuff we've seen together.
Is this something that... Because frequently, like we just were talking at the MUFON conference with many researchers, frequently this is a bloodline thing. Yeah. It's as though families get visited. Is this something that runs in your family? Do you have a connection to the paranormal within your family?
Yeah, I'm a weird ish magnet. So I started researching more and more, right, as I got older. And my grandma, she would tell me about how demons would come in the night, right? And I would be like, well, describe this, what happened,
Yeah.
Because I asked her one day, I said, Grandma, why are you, like, I called her a super Christian. Because she wasn't joking around. She used to, raised Catholic, but later, became, got saved as a Christian. And she told me, she told me that demons would come into her room at nighttime. Her husband, my grandfather, would be frozen. She said it was like he was turned off.
Yeah.
And she would see the shape, whatever you want to call it, the demon. She said demonio would come towards her bed, and it was blacker than black. She couldn't see it, but it was darker than the dark. And then it would grab her ankles and start pulling on her, and she would pray to Jesus, and the next thing she would remember, it would be morning. She was safe. Jesus saved her. And that continued. And her mom, and we're Mayan Indian and Tarahumara Indian.
Wow.
And through those bloodlines, if you study ancient history,
there's a lot.
Oh, yeah. So it's been going on for a long time.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. My last name, Payan, is Mayan for first ones. So we have a very, very, very old family.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So, cool. Yeah, one of the only paranormal experiences I have, which led to a big change for me, was the fact of I was actively grabbed by a shadow person. I had seen it in my home a couple of times before that, but it was the night where I woke up with night terror. I could not move. I was totally frozen.
Yep.
Sleep paralysis, and there it was at the end of my bed grabbing me. It was one of the most frightening things that's ever happened to me. Ever, Jesus. It is wild. So whenever I hear about somebody who has had that, it always viscerally
I had
emotes inside of me.
A Hat Man if your listeners are out there. Hat Man. Excuse me. One night, it was at my parents' house. I was an adult already, and I had never had Hat Man experiences before. I'd seen shadow people, here and there. But one night, and like I said, since I'm a weird-ish magnet, it takes a lot to shock me now, between the reality I've experienced as a bodyguard, bouncer, and living in the world of gangs and being shot and all kinds of cool stuff. Not cool, but...
Stay in school, kids.
Yeah, right? And so one night... I wake up and I'm standing in front of a Hat Man, right? And in an instant, I'm no longer in my room. We're now in imagine a desolate, hot, windy desert-scape, but with no plants, no trees, no nothing, just dustiness. There's a complete dark coverage of cloud over. No breaks in it anywhere, so it's like a blanket cloud over us. And I can see the shadow man is in a shadow. I can see actual features, as in body-wise. His face was just black and empty. There was nothing there in the face. The hat, He's wearing a lung duster, okay, a vest. There was a vest there, wearing black gloves. Everything was leather, and it looked like it was all sewn together in pieces.
Yeah.
And I got the distinct feeling it was skin, human skin.
Oh.
And he had on his vest, he had it looked like hand-beaten throwing knives. You know, like he made them himself, right?
Yeah.
And they're steel, and 3 on each side. And I think it's a dream. You know, I'm thinking it's a dream. And I'm just looking at him, and I'm like, huh. You're a strange one, because I at the time I didn't know what the hell a Hat Man was. You know, this was a while back.
Yeah.
And I looked at him, and in a quick instant, he grabbed one of his knives, pulled it out, and tried to stab me in my rib cage. But I'm a trained professional, former officer, bodyguard. So just my instant reaction was to grab it, spin him around, and I went like that with the knife into his chin, where it would be. And as soon as the knife touched, quote unquote, touched him, he turned into a mist of black mist.
Oh, wow.
And I was back in my room. And I was like, that was strange. So I just went to sleep. Next morning I get up, and my mom calls me, and she says, Mijo, what did you do to your window? I was like, what do you mean, what did I do to my window? She was like, it's broken. I was like, huh? What are you talking about? So I go back in my room, and sure enough, the curtains are all pushed through the window, broken.
Oh.
And my father, he was a carpenter as well, so he had made this really realistic house with tile, with the roofing tiles, and everything. But it was a birdhouse, but we hadn't put it up yet outside on a big pole and everything. So I had it in my room, sitting on one of those standing air conditioners, the nicer ones, they go to the window, the little tube and all that, and. It was no longer on there. It was stuck in the window with the curtain. So when this thing turned to mist and shot out, its mist, I guess, grabbed it's about a 45-pound birdhouse.
Yeah.
It's not light. Grabbed that with it and pulled it out the window with him. But it lodged in the window and shattered, broke the window and everything.
Whoa.
Yeah, so,
That's crazy.
Kind of weird for a dream.
Yeah. A little bit more than a dream.
Yeah,
a little bit more than a dream.
If you know the paranormal and ghost stuff, one of the things about evil is if they touch steel, they're not allowed to touch steel.
Yeah.
So I found that really intriguing that he had leather gloves on.
Yeah.
So that would make sense to me why he had them on, so he can touch his own weapon.
Yeah.
But the second it touched him.
Interesting. Yeah, because it's a purified metal because of the fact all the impurities have been taken out of it. Wow. That is really interesing. And how old were you when this happened?
When this happened, I was in my 20s already.
Oh, man.
When I was way younger, let's say 12. Okay, from 8 to 12, I would go to bed, right? Wake up naked in the morning. Didn't understand why I always woke up naked. And my dad would tease me, because sometimes I'd come in my room and I'd have my hands over my crotch, naked, in fetal position.
Yeah.
And he'd be like, "What's wrong, mijo? Are you afraid somebody's gonna steal your candy? Your candy?"
Yeah.
And I had all these dreams of weird, strange dreams I couldn't explain, but I never put 2 and 2 together. And then I would see UFOs all the time. Like, it was a normal thing for me. Hey, UFO, at nighttime, and had memories of UFOs until I would talk to my friends on base. I lived on base all my life. I was a military brat. And I was like, hey, did you guys see that UFO? And they look at me like, what?
Yeah.
UFO. And they'd be like, dude, you're crazy, And then slowly learning that it wasn't normal what I was going through. And it never stopped. It continued on and on and on throughout my teenage years. And but I got more caught up in the angst of teenage, social drama and chasing girls and getting bullied.
What we all tend to do when we're teenagers.
Yeah, but none of the weird stuff stopped. continued all through that, but I didn't pay attention to it because it was, again, normal to me.
Sure.
You know?
Sure.
But yeah, Bigfoot didn't officially come into my realm until the year 2000. That's when it went beyond just researching through books.
Okay.
You know?
And was that through the means of a sighting that you had or an experience?
A sighting through just hearing it.
Okay.
I didn't see it. My mom had just got a job in the forest department in Ruidoso, and my sister had just got hired as a police officer in Ruidoso, and so we moved up to Ruidoso, got a cabin, and we just moved in, and we pull up to the house. We came from Walmart, pull up to the cabin, and we get out of the vehicle, and my sister's not living with us, but she was visiting, and we hear the craziest sound I had. You know, the only way I could compare the sound to would be like if you ever slammed on your brakes when you're driving, you know, on a highway or a street or whatever, and you hear the squeal, right? Yeah. But instead of just, it was,
Wow.
times 3.
Man.
Longer, okay? That's as long as I can do it.
Yeah.
And as soon as that, stopped, every sound in the forest stopped. Every chirp, any sound, everything said nope and shut up, right? So me and my mom and my dad were all just looking at each other like, what the heck was that? We know that it's not a car skidding because we live in the top of the mountain and there's no straight streets to skid that long.
Yeah.
And we're just like, weird. And my mom looks at me and she like kind of words them out. Right? and I'm like, oh no. And then it does it again for this long, it's probably was 30 seconds long, but that's long.
Oh, yeah.
When you really think about it, 30 seconds is a long time. And I'm like freaked out. It's only the year 2000, so the internet's not huge yet, as in only so many people have the internet but at that time. So I run inside the house, I jump on the internet, get on the computer, I look up audio recordings of Sasquatches, and I find the same thing, right? So I run out, oh my God, that's a Bigfoot, right? And so I'm like, I'm like really, just like freaking out because I know about Bigfoot. I know that it's Bigfoot. I study this stuff. And because my mom worked at the forest department, she got to tell me about the reports that were coming in because they're not allowed to go check it out because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, they don't. We were talking about that with somebody earlier. You ain't finding a report.
Nope.
It ain't gonna happen.
Nope. So she would get to tell me though, hey, there was somebody reported in this area there's sighting in this area. The rangers try to get the trash and clean up real quick, and get out of there because there's always something throwing rocks at them.
Yeah.
Campers will complain about weird noises in the middle of the night. Their stuff being moved around and then put back.
Yeah.
and the rocks again with the rocks being thrown. So then my sister. She was a police officer, so same thing. People would call it, man, there's a big old giant so-and-so in my dang yard. And is it a person? No, it's sorry, we can't do nothing for you. So they would tell me. So I got to start hearing where these areas were happening over and over. And I would do the investigations.
Awesome.
Yeah, so that's what really got me into doing field investigations. Before that, I never even, thought about it too much. I didn't know what to look for. None of the stuff then,
Yeah.
So it was pretty much the introduction and the obsession. It became an obsession. Learning about it and trying to figure out a hypothesis of where they would be going, what they do to hide their tracks, and just different things like that. And it worked. And I figured out how to track them. I've learned how to track them now and recognize I can drive down the highway. If there's trees somewhere, I can drive down the street and I can tell you, oh, that's an area right there.
Wow.
Oh, that's an area right there. Oh,
wow.
That's a doorway. Oh, that's a...
So what led to you beginning breaking Bigfoot? What led to you, I guess, really going public with your story, your experiences, and helping other people by talking with them?
I would say it was my nephew. Okay. I love my nephew, Andrew. He's a real smart, good kid. And I was the crazy uncle that liked weird stuff.
That's me too, buddy. We should hang out and go bowling.
Right? Heck yeah, that'd be awesome.
I am the weirdo.
I love bowling.
Same.
So, he's lived in Florida, and he would only come down so often, to New Mexico. And he came one summer. He was about 16 years old, and he'd never been on a Bigfoot hunt before, And I was like, all right, I'm going to take you on a Bigfoot hunt. We're going on a Bigfoot hunt. You know what? Let's film it, and we'll do a documentary.
Yeah.
Never had filmed one before. And he was like, all right, cool, Uncle. And I was like, I have an idea where we should look. I was like, I pinpointed, I'm pretty sure they're passing through this area. And I go, and if they are passing through this area, we should find something, some kind of something.
Yeah.
But if not, then they're obviously not passing through there because I know everything. No. So we went and we started filming, and sure enough, we found footprints. And then at the end of it, interaction with Bigfoots, like 4 of them.
What?
And the bushes by us whistling back and forth to me. Like it was wild. So I made that, and that's what made me open. I already had my account to YouTube because I watched YouTube, you know. But that was the first time I was like, oh, I need to post this. I actually had real evidence. You know? And so that's what started my YouTube channel. It wasn't called Breaking Bigfoot back then. And it's just, I kept on getting more dang evidence and getting deeper in the science of it and having hypotheses. Not, everybody's just theories, but hypotheses.
Yes, no. Thank you for making that distinction. We make that distinction all the time on the show.
Right?
By all science, you're allowed to hypothesize anything you want.
Yeah.
Anything you want. That's science. Welcome to it, people.
Now you test it.
And then we get to a theory. Yes, exactly. Thank you.
So, I started having so much evidence that I was like, man, I might as well just put it on my channel.
Yeah, you got to put it out there.
Yeah, and then I started, at this time I already had started acting. So I was trying to.
So this came before your Breaking Bad stuff.
Oh yeah.
You became Breaking Bigfoot, but you started posting your Bigfoot stuff
a little bit before.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I was not aware of that.
So it wasn't until Breaking Bad happened that I named it Breaking Bigfoot.
Okay.
Right. And because like I said, that was my coworkers are all talking about it, and hey, can we see it? Can we see it? And I was like, I'll put it on my YouTube or something.
Did y'all have like YouTube watch parties? With the
they would
with the cast afterward. Oh man.
And so and then becoming an actor and started paying attention to what views are, and you got to have a channel name.
You got to have proper branding and marketing.
So I was like, cool, maybe I could do the YouTube thing. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
And then I realized that. Unless it's I'd say the ghost paranormal stuff is more popular on YouTube, subscriber-wise and views-wise.
Sure.
Like Nuke's top 5 and, all these different things. Bigfoot, still the numbers are real low, I think,
Across the board, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I never was striving for, I was already famous.
Yeah,
so I was this is going to do it for me. No.
Yeah, this is going to be my big break.
Yeah, so this was more... I want to present my evidence. That's it. It wasn't, I wasn't worried about sending it everywhere and people everywhere. It's just, hey, if somebody comes upon it, cool. And that wasn't until I started doing podcasts did I get more, people going to my channel and being requested going NVTV, Sasquatch, Case Files, and all the other ones that I've been on.
Oh yeah, especially once you have representation and you're in the loop and you're in the circle.
Yeah. Doing that, and then I started getting invited by other researchers to go research with them, and it just flipped and flapped. And before I got known for Bigfoot, though, I was more known for UFOs because that never stopped. And I'd say when I was 24, which was 24 years ago, so it was a while back, I was having visitations in broad daylight. It used to be just at night, freaky thing in the corner staring at me. Them grabbing my ankles and whatever night, pass out. Have some weird memories of being in bright rooms and being shown weird things and medical stuff. And I had one memory of being brought back
and I'm outside. It's dawn. I'd say dawn. And I'm looking up, and there's 3 UFOs floating above me that just dropped me off. And underneath them, it looked like I wouldn't say hieroglyphs, but there were symbols underneath them, and they were going hot pink. And the UFOs went wee wee wee, and then next thing I know, I'm in my room. You know, I have a memory of when they came to get me, and it was like I guess like Pavlov's dog, is that what it's called?
Sure, yeah.
You know, and here
where you respond, yeah.
And I just stand up, you know, okay. And I could see, literally, which made no sense. I could see it right outside my window, literally, the edge of the UFO right there at my window on the ground, which made no sense because I had a clothesline, poles and clotheslines right there. So it's like, how is it sitting there without crushing the poles?
Destroying our stuff.
Yeah. And then I just knew. I wasn't like, well, how am I supposed to get out there? I got to go outside, walk around, and go out the door. No, I just walked through the wall. And then I woke up in the morning. I'm back in my room.
Wow.
And so that was how it was happening. And so that's when I was telling you about D. Greg from MUFON. My sister and my mom were traveling to Albuquerque. And they were driving through White Sands Missile Range towards Socorro when they saw a fighter jet chasing the UFOs. Just fly over it. And the only thing was, there was like 7 other cars on the highway, and everyone pulled over because it was still visible. There was 2 jets, chasing some UFOs.
Wow.
And they all got out, and everybody was like, holy crap, And my mom, since my sister's former ex-military and a police officer, they're got to report it. So
good for her,
right?
Good for her.
She called, the Air Force, like, hey, is this you guys? We're over here, and they directed her to MUFON. Yeah. So she got a hold of MUFON. They made the report. She met this investigator D. Greg, and he was, that's amazing, sighting you had, and there's other people saw it, and does this happen often? And they said, yeah, we see UFOs here every so often. And my sister told him that she was. But if you want to hear some real weird stuff, you should talk to my brother, right? Wow. So I get a phone call from D, and he says he wants to interview me. And I was like, sure. So we meet up at a little diner, and we sit down, and I tell him everything, right? And towards the end of the 4-hour interview, I'm telling him that if I talk about them for hours on end with somebody, I usually see a UFO by the end of the night, or get visited by them by the end of the night, or in the rare instances, they literally show up.
Yeah, in the middle of you talking about them.
Yeah, and they're poking around their heads and looking around corners and whatnot. That was the thing, though. Go ahead.
No, please finish.
When I said that, so he looked at me, and he's an elderly gentleman, but he was probably 80 years old at the time, and he looks at me, he goes, so you're telling me if you just talk about them, they show up? And I was like, yeah, not all the time. Yeah. He was like, the abductions were fine, everything else was fine. But at that point, he was like, well,
I gotta go.
Yep, that should do it. He's like,
I gotta see a man about a goat.
You go take care now. I was like, wow, whatever.
Yeah.
So that evening, me and my mom, we go get some burgers, local burger joint, and we're heading back home, and okay, I'm sorry. We're heading back home, and we're facing the west over the Guadalupe Mountains, which would be on the other side of the mountains, Las Cruces. My side's Alamogordo, Tularosa area. Okay. And we see an orange light in the sky, kind of peachy orangey color in the shape of an oval on its side. And my mom goes, hey, she goes, that kind of looks like what me and April saw. She goes, but there was 2 of them. And as soon as she said that, bloop, turned to 2. And we're like, oh, and then
interesting.
Bloop, 3. And I pulled the car over. And I get on my phone, I'm like, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, boop. I'm calling D. Greg.
Yeah.
You know, I'm calling him, and I'm like, you know, hello. And his wife, and just, how can I help you? And I was like, I need to speak to D. Greg. And she's like, oh, honey, he's resting. He's very tired.
Yeah.
Been a long day for him. And I go, ma'am, it's a UFO emergency. And she was like, oh, dear. D. Greg, get over here. It's a UFO emergency. He gets on the phone. He's like, what's going on? I was like, it's me. It's Jesus. Right? I go, what's happening right now, man? There's 4 of them now. Now there's 6 of them now. Now they're all the way to like 12 in a row. Just, right?
Wow.
And he's like, are you taking pictures? I was like, no, I'm on the phone with you.
Yeah, I'm busy talking to you.
Oh, damn it. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
And then they all turn off, right? So he was like, well, next time try to take pictures.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, so I won't call you, take pictures, then call you.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Got it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So a few days pass. I'd say about a week passes. And I get a phone call from him. And he goes, I just wanted to call you and let you know that I believe your story. And I was, so you're saying that you didn't?
Yeah. Yeah.
What the heck, you know? And I go, so what changed your mind, you know, Mr. D? And he goes, well, we had a report out of Las Cruces from a woman, and we cross-checked the heck out of it. You guys don't know each other. She reported the exact thing you described while we were on the phone. She had seen the same thing.
Wow. Wow.
And I wanted to know if it would be okay if I put your story in my book I'm writing. And I was like, sure. But he refused to put our names. I told him, I don't care.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Don't bother me none. Right? But so he didn't. He called me Beta 1 and my mom Beta 3. And he put it down as the... was it the 4 generations of Mayan alien abductions?
Okay.
And so, excuse me, from there, 3 days later, I get a phone call. And I'm like, hello. And they're like, please speak to Mr. Jesus Payano. And I'm like, yeah, this is him. How can I help you? Well, this is Guy Carroll from Bigelow Aerospace. I'm an investigator for them. And we're just wondering down here if next time you're on one of those ships, if you could take a really good look at that propulsion compartment. And when you get back, try to sketch it out and email it to us, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
At this point, I had never heard of Bigelow. I thought I knew all the different agencies. And I was just like, okay, this is one of my friends messing with somebody that I know is messing with me that I haven't told that I'm being abducted.
Yeah.
But whatever. I was like, sure, bud. Okay, you take care now.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
yeah. Okay, bye.
Right? So it's bugging me, though. You know, I'm like, I hadn't told nobody, though. I hadn't shared that much info with any people that know me that well.
Yeah.
Let me jump on the interweb, and tibbity tap. There's a website. It's probably a fake website. So I go to the website. I'm looking at it. I'm like, wow, this is a really, really good fake.
Yeah.
They're hiring. Straight. There's a contact number. There's offices, Huntington, Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to call it. And I'm going to ask for that dude. And they're going to be like, no, sorry, no such person exists. So somebody knew that there was a website. And that's, gotcha.
Yeah.
Right? So I call it up, And the lady answers, hello, Bigelow Aerospace, how can I help you? I was like, yeah, could you connect me with Guy Carroll?
Yeah.
And she was like, one moment, please. Click. Do.
Yeah.
Do. Click. Guy Carroll, how can I help you? And I was
Nice.
like, yeah, this is, Jesus. Didn't know what to say, And he goes, you got something for us? It's like, well, not exactly. I was all, but I have a whole bunch of missing time. You guys got any hypnotists?
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be something you guys would be interested in. He goes, no, just scientists here. He goes, but you see anything, let us know.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, bye-bye. And hung up, and I was just like, OMG.
Yeah.
Holy crap. So that's when I guess it became public. And when I realized that the agencies knew more than I realized, and then I was like, hold on, I was raised on Air Force bases all over the world, and I was at the same place as the Rendlesham incident when it happened, and I'm sure they're watching their airspace, and I got visited by UFOs constantly over on the bases. So, yeah, they probably know. So that's the UFO thing. And then I had UFO channels. Like, I was the UFO expert for Mysteries at the Monument for the Socorro incident.
Yeah.
So I was known more for UFO stuff. But all of a sudden, when I got into Bigfoot, it kind of changed direction,
Yep.
But yeah, none of it's ever stopped.
Yeah.
Anywhere I go.
So, are you still currently experiencing abduction?
I believe so. But
Okay.
at one point, it got so intense for me that I asked them not to let me remember no more.
You're not the first I've heard from.
It's scary, and it's weird because they actually listen to you,
Yeah.
And it was getting really, really, really scary.
There is a really interesting system of consent
Oh yeah.
that is inside of there. Even the fact of when the shadow person grabbed your abuelita, and
She invoked, Jesus.
when she invoked that name and started praying, that revoked her consent
Yep.
at that moment.
Yep.
And it's funny how it stopped.
Yep.
Because as soon as you revoke your consent, things change.
Oh, yeah.
Are you? Have you ever felt any enmity in any of your experiences? I'm sure many of them have been more than frightening, especially if they were instances where you woke up and you were in them, or
I had
things like that. But
nothing ever that seemed too bad and evil.
yeah,
But I do have memories of being visited by multiple different types
okay,
of beings, but just one time each. As in, the constant visitation was by the little gray guys. That was the normal ones for me. But I got to see a different group of gray guys one time. The normal ones I would see, would be the big black almond eyes.
The small drones.
Yeah, the 3-footer, 4-footers.
The ones you hear about that have no emotion.
That's where I got you different on. Okay, so those are the ones that they have the pointy chin, wider, big head, bulbous head. This time I got visited by, they were gray, but they were really dark gray. They were slightly taller, wearing blacks, look like diving suits. Yeah. And their heads were more oval, but laying down oval, landscape. Yeah. Horizontal shaped heads with more rounded eyes, still black, but more rounded, not almondy, is almond.
Sure.
And then another group that visited me, this is the weird one. I haven't heard anybody else mention these guys, but you're familiar with the Easter Island heads, right?
Yes. Yeah, the Moai.
Okay. Yes, the Moais. And I'm part Oceanian.
Oh, wow.
So I think there's something in that too. But I wake up, or I come to, or however you want to look at it, I'm surrounded by, I would say at most 6 of these giant Moai, real ones though, not stones. And I would say they would look about, now that I can imagine in my head how tall, I'd say about 15 feet-ish.
Wow.
Okay?
Wow.
And they looked ancient. Their skin was just leathery and like kind of hangy, droopy, old skin, Big, giant ears with just real low-hanging earlobes. And they were talking to each other, and it sounded like super duper low, ridiculous. Yeah. And they were having me do physical acts, like push-ups and squats and flip over. They were having me do weird things, and I was like, fat. I'll just say it. I was fat. And one of them said, I can't believe he's able to do these things in the condition that he's in. And I stopped and I looked up and I was like, well, that's rude.
Yeah.
And
that's some mouth you got on you.
Yeah, kiss your mother with that mouth.
Exactly.
And as soon as it was like they realized that I could understand them, I got turned off. It was like they said, "Oh, he's aware."
Interesting.
And I came back home, and I was back at the house. But the little guys, like you were saying, the drone dude, the little guys, they seemed more. These ones were like playful and little boogers. That's why I call them little boogers, because they liked messing with me and they thought it was funny.
Yeah.
You know, I thought I was being, I was I just say ignorant in the thought. One was kept on showing up in my room, and it was staring at me from the corner. It was a single wide trailer, and normally, I guess the way they're set up, they had the closet that protruded, and then the space between the closet and the wall would be for a dresser, you know? But there was no dresser there. So it was, it'd stand in the corner, and it'd watch me, and then I'd be paralyzed too. I couldn't move, so I'm just seeing it there. Oh my God, they're here. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. So I thought I was slick, and I went and got some material from Walmart, and I made a curtain. I was like, now you can't watch me because there's a curtain there now. You're stuck in the corner, And it made it only worse because now I got to see the little fingers grab the curtain and pull this way apart and stare at me.
Oh.
Yeah. And then another one would pop up at the foot of my bed and would get my blanket and pull it down slowly, and I'd fight with it back and forth.
Wow.
Yeah, and then blackout, and then wake up naked. This is, I have never said this on any podcast. I'm going to tell you right now. At this point, I got to I got to say it, because if I start excluding parts because of my worry about how I'm going to be taken, to me, that's almost like being a hoaxer. I'm lying.
You're telling a half-truth.
Yeah.
You're telling a half-truth. And if there's some way that you can warn somebody against a trauma that they may experience in their experience, good for you.
So this is probably not so traumatic. More, I don't know, Cheech and Chongish. Okay. I'm a medical marijuana patient, and been
Same.
For a long time.
Same.
And
long before there was a law for it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And, before I knew I had a medical problem. So one day I'm in Las Cruces, and still seeing UFOs constantly. It's like the year 2000-ish. This is right after all that experience in the room with the pulling the blankets and then putting up the curtain. There's way more to that story, but I was living on Vulcan Street.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, there you go.
So I moved to Las Cruces to help a family, take over their kids, get power of attorneys. I'm daddy now. I get 3 of the children off to schools and, doing good. There's only one youngster left. He was about 17. And, things are bad money-wise now. And our electricity had been shut off. And it's summertime. And I would tell the local kids around the neighborhood, little trailer, court we lived in, they called me the UFO guy, because we would sit outside. We had no electricity, so no air conditioning, so we'd be outside just chilling in the front yard, smoking on some J's, and the kids would come and I'd tell them about UFOs and aliens and stuff. So I was the UFO guy. So one day we hear bang, 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 bang on the door, right? It's about 4 o'clock-ish in the afternoon. And they're yelling, UFO guy, right? And I'm like, here we go. What do these little buggers want?
Yeah.
So me and Anthony go to the door, open it up, and there's like 5 kids there, and they're like, there's a UFO over your house. There's a UFO over your house. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, all right, kids.
Get out of here, And then I look over them, and all their parents are standing in the middle of the street looking over my house. It's like, crap. And I lean out, and I look, and I look, and there's a big white disc over my house.
Wow.
And as soon as I stick it back out again and look at it, it goes, boom, shoots over to the mountain range, the Guadalupe Mountains, and then turns into 3 white ones. Well, they was already white, but turned into 3 like this.
Yeah.
3 dots. And just starts spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning. And, so these youngsters that I had taken over for, they didn't understand that their mom didn't want them no more. And they thought because I was there, that was preventing them from their mom coming back home. So they set up this whole thing to get rid of me, rob my boss's house.
Oh, God.
Wearing my boots. I wear size 16 shoes. It's a very unique size.
I know your pain. I fully know your pain, my friend. Yeah.
So, I get arrested. Luckily, I come from a law enforcement family, and I know procedures, and I know I didn't do it. So, I had to use a little reverse psychology, and I told the officers investigating, I was like, y'all are stupid, man. I was like, y'all probably didn't even do any fingerprinting, huh?
Yeah.
We got your footprints. And I was like, well, because I know Bigfoot, stuff, and stride and how that works. And I was like, okay, you got my footprints. And I was like, how tall was the person wearing them? What do you mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I had to explain it to him. And my uncle, he's a sheriff in El Paso, Texas, and my other uncle was 911 for that area. And we came to the police station and everything, and sure enough, they went and finally did what they were supposed to do and checked for fingerprints, and they found out that the guy that was wearing those shoes was 5'3". I'm not 5'3".
Yeah. And
those fingerprints were not mine. So somebody else got to go to jail, not me. And my uncle, he had told me I had called him. This was this is before when I saw the UFO over the roof and everything. And I called him up a couple days later because I saw at my boss's house a newspaper. And on the newspaper, on the left side column, it said, Air Force says UFOs scare only weather balloons. Again, just really, come on. The oldest one in the book, And he had kept that newspaper because it turned out his father had just been arrested for narcotics, something. It was front page news, right? Yeah. So I call up my uncle because he was a 911 operator in El Paso. So I was like, hey, uncle, I go, because I didn't want to coerce him to say something about UFOs. I didn't want to say UFOs. So I just said, hey, uncle, did you get any weird calls these last few days?
Any strange reports?
Yeah. And he goes, that's so strange. I was like, why? He goes, because I specifically was going to tell you about, what happened. He goes, and I just can't. Weird. I didn't even think about it till you said that. And I was like, well, what happened? He goes, all 911 lines in El Paso, Anthony, Texas, and Las Cruces were jammed with UFO reports. And he started describing
interesting
what.
Yeah.
And that night that happened, we got visited. And they came in the house, and
that is why I will always say, make a report.
Right?
Make a report. I don't care if you really don't like what MUFON does. Make a report.
Right.
If anything, your report may help confirm somebody else's sighting.
Exactly. And the reason why I tell you that whole backstory is because me and my friend, when they came in that night, later that night, we had a water pipe, we'll call it, a double barrel, plastic one, and it has the bowl in the middle. And we were, like I said, had no money. Things were really, really bad, and we're like, man, we're gonna scrape the bong. Got to scrape. You know what I mean? We had nothing.
Got to handle business.
Yeah. So in the middle of the night, all the weird stuff's happening. We're outside freaking out because there's flashings of light and there's little weird things running around in our trailer, and we're like, what the hell, man? So I finally get brave and I get a newspaper, roll it up, wet the bottom half, put some gasoline on the tip, and I was like, we're going in. I can't take this no more. I need to scrape that bong and get a hit. I'm freaking out. We're freaking, we got freaking UFOs and everything going on. And so we go inside and we're looking around, with the flame, and walk up to where we keep the bong. We had it on the plant stand with them wooden black ones that looked like a pyramid shape. And that was our, prize, living room piece. And it was gone. It wasn't there. We're like, what the heck, man? I know it was there when we ran out just, about 3 hours ago. It was there. So the door slams in the house. We run back outside. And we locked ourselves in my car. The battery was dead. Transmission gone. So we can't go nowhere. Can't roll down the windows. Morning eventually comes. And it's Las Cruces, so it's really hot, right? And I don't feel the heebie-jeebie feeling no more. I think they're gone. So we go back to the door. Nobody can come in the house except through that front door. The back door, it was duct tape shut. Fire hazard all day because the lock was broken. So duct tape the crap out of it. So we go back in the house, we stick our heads and look around. We're not going in to look for this piece. We're just going in to see if they're gone. Yeah. We walk into the living room, and it's back. It's back on the plant.
holder stand.
Whoa.
Right? And we walk up to it. We're just looking at it like, what the heck? It has water in it now. Right? We're like, oh, heck no. And it has a loaded bowl. I'm not being funny here, okay? This is serious. So we look at the bowl, and you know a laser pointer? Okay. Remember, this is the year 2000. What it looks like is if you had a laser pointer that actually was a hot laser.
Yeah, a burning laser.
And somebody went just once, perfect white ash down the middle of it. Everything else was fresh still, not tinged. And it was the brightest green you've ever seen in your life, right? So we had to test it. And it was real, and it was the best I've ever experienced. And now we're going to jump forward to when they set me up for the robbery.
Yeah.
And while I was 3 days in jail, they robbed me. So when I got out of jail, the house I was in was empty. They took everything. I'm talking shower curtains, air conditioner, toilet paper, everything. Except my books. That's all I had left was my books in my little room where I would sit down, light a stick of Nag Champa incense. Light one up and read and just listen to some reggae or some classical music and just fall into my world. Yeah. So now all I have now is the books. And I call my mom and I'm telling her what's going on. I'm depressed. I'm upset, you know, because the whole thing I was there was to help them, you know, and so I was really upset. And she was, well, mijo, she was, all I can suggest was, she was clean the house. I was like, there's nothing here to clean. She goes, that's besides the point, because they left my books and cleaning products. So she was all mop, sweep, whatever.
Take your mind off of it.
Yeah, you know, and I was like, okay, Ma. So I do it. I clean and sweep and Clorox and Comet the kitchen counters, and I finally finish, and I sit down, and I'm like, nope, didn't work.
Yeah.
I'm still really upset.
Still square in my mind.
Yeah, so I go to my little room, and I sit there, and I look at my books, and I'm like, well, I got my books. So I sit down just looking at a book, but not wanting to read it at the same time, because I don't have my Nag Champa incense, and I don't have my special stuff. And then I hear a voice in my head, and it says, look on the counter. I'm like, look on the counter? Why would I look on the damn counter? I just scrubbed the hell out of that counter. There. I'm upset. I'm like, whatever, I'll go look. So I get up, I walk to the kitchen, and on the counter is a little mini joint, little baby one, with one hit taken out of it. And next to it is a miniature stick of Nag Champa incense. They don't make miniature sticks.
Yeah.
It's one size.
Yeah.
And I was just like, it wasn't really surprising besides, hey, that was really cool of them. I thought,
appreciate it, guys.
It happened one time before. So it wasn't a big, like, no way, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just got that, got my little stick, went into my room, got my books.
Did your thing.
Yeah. So the fact that they cared enough about me to, I don't know how they made it, if they have their own or what.
Yeah.
But to create that for me and a miniature version of this thing that I really love, and I was really upset to do that. I just think is, you know, says a whole lot more than the usual roboticness of many abductions and different things.
Yeah.
And I've met one person. I can't say who it is unless we're off this. Just once I tell you, you'll understand completely.
Sure.
Okay. But I saw somebody while I was up there. It's in the book, D. Gragg's book, a simple explanation of extraterrestrials and alien beings. It's been a while since I thought about the book, but it's in there what happened. And I go up there. There's a girl. They bring me to this room. There's no doorways, no nothing. It's all white, glowing and stuff. And they walk in. I'm nude and visibly happy. I'll just say. And they walk this girl in, a redhead girl, and she's also nude. And they turn her around. She leans over, and they kind of like present her, kinda, and just telling me to do that. So it wasn't a sexual thing whatsoever. It was just I
I moved forward. It was over.
Whoa.
Pulled away.
Whoa.
She walked away. I got taken back home. Okay. Later in life, because this was when I was probably, it was in my teens when that happened. And not many years later, I get a friend request on Facebook. And I'm like, man, that looks like that girl. Whoa. But obviously it's not that girl. It just happens to look like that girl, right?
Yeah.
And I accept the friend request, and we messaged a couple times back and forth. And her dad's into UFOs, and she's into UFOs. She says, "I see that you're into UFOs." And I was like, "Yeah, you could say that." And we become friends. Nothing. Like she has a husband. And it was nothing sexual. And I tell her one day, I write her and I go, "Hey, this might sound a little weird because, how do you open?"
Yeah.
There just one time.
I think we had UFO sex.
Yeah. You know. So
I think we were bred together.
Right? And I go, I know you sent me a friend request. I go, but I'm pretty sure that we've met before and not down here. That's how
Yeah.
Without saying too much, right? And she wrote back, "Yeah, I remember it too."
Wow.
Yeah.
Jesus, with all of these things that have happened to you in your life, with all of these experiences that you've had, what advice would you give a first-time experiencer? As we wrap this up, what advice would you give to the person that is experiencing any of this paranormal for the first time?
I would say not take it with a grain of salt, but know that if they meant harm to you, it would have happened.
Yeah, you would have been harmed.
You would have been harmed.
Yeah.
If it does turn bad, ask them to stop, because sometimes they will. And if not, then I would say invoke whatever religion you may belong to.
Yeah.
And then ask for help, and that also can change things. But don't lose it. There's people out there that understand, that been through it, that you can talk to, you can reach out to. Communion was a huge thing for me, that book.
Yep.
That book, Whitley Strieber. I ended up being friends with him and his wife, and then, when Ann passed, that was real sad. But yeah, don't, the world's not going to end on you. And I know it's scary, but it will be okay.
Yeah. Absolutely. Man, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Amazing experiences, and what a path to go down in life with your experiences, to go out there and help people and share them and talk with other folks.
I'll just say them, is how I got into the film industry. Remember Close Encounters of the Third Kind?
Oh, yeah.
Sherry Rhodes was the casting director for that movie. And I ended up where it actually happened on Holman Air Force Base. I was stationed 3 times.
Oh, wow.
And she's the one that discovered me.
Wow. There you have it. Man, let everybody know where they can go to follow Breaking Bigfoot, where they can go to follow all your work, everything else, man.
Breaking Bigfoot is on YouTube. You'll see a picture of a Bigfoot with my face as the icon. Please subscribe. If you've seen my TV shows or movies, I'll just throw a couple out there for you to go check out. If you haven't, you got Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, the movie Two Guns with Mark Wahlberg and Denzel Washington. If you like John Cena, you can see me get beat up by him in The Reunion. If you like Steven Seagal, you can see me beat up by him in Urban Justice.
Did he break your arm?
Almost. He gave me a bloody lip in real life. I got to fight him at his hotel.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
real fight.
Yeah, we beat the crap out of each other.
Okay, cool.
It was pretty cool.
That's hot. That's awesome. That's wicked cool. Hey, Jesus, thank you so much for the time, man. I appreciate it. I'd love to have you on again and again to talk about these experiences that not only you've had, but the people have come and shared with you, because through sharing these stories, we get to help other experiencers come out with their stories. So, thank you so much. I appreciate it. While you were online checking out all of the amazing work of Jesus Payan Jr., everybody, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That is where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can find all of our live event coverage, from great events like the second annual second annual Dogman and Cryptid conference. I looked over and saw Bigfoot, and Bigfoot hit my head. So stay tuned after this, folks. We will be coming back with our continuing coverage right after this.